Good job, King.
It's a chilly 34 degrees, cloudy. Winds coming out of the west-southwest,
Good
9
job,
mph.
King.
Dew point 29. Moon phase waning crescent. And if you can believe it, it's Friday once again. Okay, so I am late. I am late to stream, but you have to understand, I took a nap. And I woke up like 6:30 or something like that. And I had a weird dream. Well, two of them. Both had my father in them. It's peculiar. Older now than he ever was by 20 years, so in a sense, he's the younger man. Anyway, first one I don't remember too well, but it was about meeting him somewhere in the town somewhere. He's going to give me some money. I think I lost it. Second one, it was like we was both back in older times. And I was on horseback going through the mountains of a night. Going through this pass in the mountains. It was cold there, and there was snow on the ground, and he rode past me, and he kept going. Never said nothing going by. He just rode on past. And he had this blanket wrapped around him and his head down, and when he rode past, I seen he was carrying fire in a horn, the way people used to do, and I could see the horn from the light inside of it. About the color of the moon. And in the dream, I knew that he was going on ahead and he was fixing to make a fire somewhere. Somewhere out there and all that dark and all that cold, and I knew that whenever I got there, he'd be there. Then I woke up. I think it had something to do with Disneyland too. Hey, CJ Obusta, thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. Tier 3, never mind. It's more. It's more than $5. Hell yeah, 65 months, sir. Autism announcement, EverQuest. Oh, shit. Yeah, double sound. I got to go through every fucking... I got to go through every clip on this entire scene, of which there's like 300, and see which ones are set up for the old sound system and loops. In which case they will double sound. I got to just do it. I didn't realize it had spread this deep. Tay Barracuda, thanks for the $5. Tier 1 for 59. I appreciate it.
So fucking big.
So fucking
I'm sorry,
big.
my dude, but you're huge.
You know, we'll never be able to find that clip again, I'll have you know. Or it would be very difficult. I went and I tried to find the originals of some of this stuff to keep it. And I clipped that from her channel, watching some random episode, Scoo-chan. No one else has clipped this. Twitch does not have a way to search through the clips. They just show you them. We'll never get it back. That's it. That's it. The one. That's the one there. If it's gone, it's over. Also, there's one on Discord. That's the 2. Big dreams. Yeah, big dreams. Thanks to the bits. Ortorius. Mr. Woe, save us from Simpsons Animated Studio. Dude, it was awesome. I watched part of it on my phone. I was phone watching. Can Believe It, another late 90s game. What book is that from? No Country for Old Men. You take naps? Not normally, but I was tired. I thought you were an energy being free of all mortal needs. No, unfortunately, I'm constrained by energy, as are all things in physics. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm not like a good nap taker. Hey, we can go on a walk. I'm not like a good nap taker. If I am to take a nap, chances are I'll wake up 13 hours later in a cold sweat. Don't know what time it is, don't know where I am. So it's a gamble. It's not something I normally do. Don't watch movies on your fucking phone. You haven't experienced the film. You think you have. Ahem, as I take a sip of this white Monstar. Just ask Scoo to record it again. Gift her a sub. Get her in here. Oh, true. Yeah, I could just do that. She's a pretty big streamer, so I don't know if that'd work. But I don't know. Maybe she's got one of those, you know, those things that washed up actors have where you give them $5 and they tell you happy birthday. You know? Maybe she's got one of those things. We'll see. Scoo-chan, the only VTuber you'd ever watch in person. Yeah. To many of her viewership, it is the opposite of the normal VTuber experience, where they only watch when she's not using her model. Curious. She just must be that talented. Yeah, Cameo, that's it. That's the thing. I was thinking it could be fun. It could be fun to do a bunch of cameos and put them places. Any old day. Could be kind of nice. Today at work, you realize there was a tired that sleep can't solve. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, her cooking streams are great. Yeah. She's cooking for a little family there. I mean, what are those? I want to zoom in on a YouTube comment because it's a great one by Kelly Hostring. Their comment is, and I quote, "Can you handle me the why I'm R?" Greetings from America. Excellent comment. You'll love to see it. Thanks for that gift as I woke up. Yeah, she's cooking for her entire Latvian village every day. Wherever she lives in Lithuania or wherever that place is that she's got. And good for her. Oh, is it Hungary? I'm not sure where she's from. It feels like some kind of Nord. Oh yeah, Uzbekistan. That's true. Yeah. Right next to Blackistan. Yeah. Latveria, the sovereign commonwealth of the esteemed Doom. Hell yeah. I might have told this story, I'm not sure, but I was once accosted in the outdoors, and I was visiting Washington D.C. And I'm enamored. I like to go to Washington D.C. I've been there twice, so perhaps it's weird to say I like to go there, and then I've gone there all of twice, right? But I was stopped by people with clipboards. There are a lot of people with clipboards in Washington, D.C., just hovering, trying to get donations to this thing or that thing. And these people happen to be, they had MSF written on their little tote bags there. Médecins Sans Frontières, a.k.a. Doctors Without Borders, as it's known in America. And I have something of a connection to them because I used to work for World 9, which used to work for AGDQ and SGDQ. I would drive truck for them when they're hauling all their equipment and computers and consoles and TVs and stuff all over America. And by all over America, I really mean it. As in, one time I left from Wisconsin and drove to Chicago to pick up some stuff. And from there, I drove to Minneapolis to pick up some more stuff. And then I drove across the Rocky Mountains to LA. That was a long drive. And I believe that was TwitchCon year. Was that TwitchCon? It might have been TwitchCon. And not ADGQ, SGDQ. Deep Lore HeyWoah Trucker Days bring the gift of the Everwinter. Yeah, like Santa's sleigh filled with LCDs, CRTs, little mini towers, ancient console equipment, because the speedrunners like to run on real hardware typically, so we brought a million of those. LSDs? No, that was that other guy who got fired that one time. I think I talked about him on Discord. He was working for them too. Except, yeah, you ever see those videos? 14'3" or whatever, 11 foot 8 3/4, whatever it's called, where they got the little security camera set up in front of the low bridge. And I want to say it's by Chicago, and my guess that it's by Chicago is because that entire city, their bridges are too low. And they will not fix them, ever. Because the city doesn't want to pay for it. And the state doesn't want to pay for it, and the federal government doesn't want to pay for it. And the ownership of those is all up in arms, because train tracks go above them, and so it's just never fixed. And the routes you have to take around Chicago are fucking annoying because of that if you're in a big truck. Anyway. He did a can opener. Straight can. He was driving one of those like Penske 26-foot box trucks. And he was just blazing it. He didn't route himself. It's one thing to not use a routing company because those things are mostly old. Everybody's got Google now, right? But he didn't do any of that shit. He just clicked car on Google Maps and let her rip, right? Which you ought not to do. And one of the reasons for that is what happened. And so he ignored the signs and just zooming under a low bridge, hit the top of it. And you think those things are like sturdy until you see them participate in real physics. You know, I didn't see this happen, but I have seen it happen, so I know what it looks like. And just tore the top of the whole truck off. The whole box. This was during an extreme thunderstorm. And so the whole thing opened up. And in there were like 24 mini tower PCs and like 60 CRT televisions. And they just got absolutely soaked and ruined. And, you know, the police were involved, and it turns out he was drinking, and I don't know what he blew, but it was not legal. And it turns out he didn't have a license capable of driving the truck he was driving. That's bad. Don't do that. He got super fired. So he got promoted? No, what is he, a CEO? No. No, if he drove some Xbox IP into the ground, he would, you know, just immediately get hired by somebody else. We want that. Please ruin our product. Thanks. But no, he's not a CEO, so he did not get promoted. Yeah, he did not have a commercial. They gave him the opportunity to get a Class D. He wouldn't even do that. So hey, all right. you have to like back up. That's how easy it is to get one of those. But hey, all right, hey, can we watch it back up for a second? Beep beep beep. All right, here you go, kid. No, he was a weird guy, and I always knew he would get fired. And even though he cost the company a lot of money and everything, it was probably one of the better reasons for him to get fired than what I feared. Because he was a weird guy. He was a cross-dresser. And this was before all the... He was not trans or anything. A true, bona fide, old-school cross-dresser, all right? He would keep a bunch of women's clothing in a black garbage bag that he would take from convention to convention with him. He worked for real cheap because he just wanted to go to these conventions so that he could participate in orgies, his words. And that bag did not smell good. And also, he never participated in an orgy. It never happened. But he brought them along and threw his whole life out of order to do this job on the off chance that it could just happen. And for whatever reason, it never did. And then it ended on a sour note, maybe, for him. Who got fired? Some other driver at this place I used to drive truck for a long time ago. Names are being withheld to protect the, well, guilty, I guess. Usually you say innocent there, but not this time. Anyway, didn't like him very much. This guy's a real jerk. Yeah. What happened to the truck? Well, the front fell off. Oh, why'd the front fall off? A wave hit it. wave. In the ocean, chance in a million. Anyway, good shit. I remember that. The lamest thing just happened where you said MSF and you audibly went, "What Kojima group is that? You are ruined." No, you are. Your brain is wired correctly. Because that's what I thought the first time I saw MSF. But then they're like, "No, we're Doctors Without Borders. It's Médecins Sans Frontières." I'm like, all right, bullshit. Anyway, the whole reason I brought up that story was because of Dr. Doom. I was accosted by MSF people in Washington, D.C. Why did I start talking about that? I don't know. I don't know how you guys got me on this or if I got myself on it. Oh, because one time AGDQ happened just outside of D.C. and I got to visit D.C. during the convention. That's why that came up. Anyway, sometimes you gotta pick up the pieces and find out why you're talking about what you're talking about. Anyway, it was great. I love it. All the history and architecture and art and all that. Big fan of all of it. Got to see the wall and everything. And aerospace museums are great. Art museums are great. Presidential History Museum. Portrait Gallery is great. It was a great time. Went to the Library of Congress, wanted to get a library card, but the printer was broke. And I'm like, when is it getting fixed? And like, tomorrow. And I'm like, leaving that afternoon. Like, all right. Shit. I was gonna laminate it and frame it. I wanted my Library of Congress library card. I'll get back there. I'll get one of those. The library card from Congress is my Henya waffle iron from Disney World. I'll get it one of these days. So like CJ kind of weird? No, not CJ kind of weird. I get the impression that the CJ kind of weird, like he's being funny. Or he's trying to be funny. But the kicker is, and you'll note on my newly updated rules on Discord, one of the main rules that we follow is simply be funny. It's the great equalizer. And he is, so it's okay. And also, he doesn't impose that weirdness onto, like, other people in the real world, right? Because that would be a fridge too far, if you were. That's the thing. Like, it's funny, and it's also funny conceptually if you did, but only insofar as like telling a joke about you doing it, not like actually do. You don't want to bother somebody in real life, is my point. Maybe I say that as a hermit or something, but to me that's the difference. Also, CJ isn't at all times, 100% of waking hours, low-key buzzing, kind of drunk, not doing his job, lying about everything, even stuff that you don't need to lie about it anyway. Kind of stealing stuff for fun from everybody. And then carrying around a garbage bag filled with women's clothes that don't smell good. You know, smell is important. That's a big deal. Especially for women. Con orgies. We're talking about Slanesh tonight. No, maybe there's a news article about it. We got 3 news articles. Probably only 2 of which I'll read. Because the other one is a filler article. You know. Yes, snake. A medicine to surpass borders. To be honest, it is funnier to imagine that there are things you could do or say, that you could do certain things rather than actually doing it and inconveniencing the people around. Yeah, it's like the thing that's funny there is what a douchebag you would be being if you were doing that, right? Like what a dick move that would be. That's funny, but you wouldn't do it, that kind of thing. That type of humor. Or like a comedian is on stage and he's talking about just the most autistic interpersonal situation ever, right? But you know that didn't really happen, and that's kind of the thing that makes it okay to laugh at, is that it's not real. But isn't it funny how big of a dick this person could be or something if it was on a show or something like that? Nothing makes you happier than seeing your native Aussie culture exported to such a great way. The front fell off indeed. Legendary. Yeah, it's so good. That's a great one. Bag full of clothes, seen the match, but you don't know the guy. The cross-dressing trucker was covered perfectly by the one Weird Al song. Oh. Maybe the sex parties did happen in his head movies. I mean, guy like that. Yeah. You got a lot of time to think when you're driving for 16 hours, and what you have to look forward to is sleeping in the back, if it's that kind of truck, or some motel, and then driving another 16 when you wake up. You got a lot of stuff to think about. And so maybe he was just in his head dojins, real life dojins the whole time. Speaking of Pipkin Pippa, Pip's got one. That was a good one. Funny. Plenty of good meme panels. As a dojin, it wasn't, it's kind of whatever. Not really my thing, but great meme panels, I gotta say. Your speech to the text is really bad. I'm trying to parse it. Anytime I see somebody with a message like that, I'm like, okay, they're using speech to text. No big deal. Whenever I try to use the program, it fucks it up as well. Dojin the Giant? Man, I always wanted to play that game. +2. Hey, alright. I should get back on my Oblivion save and do what you must. What was your fucking Simpsons joke before? The one got... I watched... Plibbit was playing Simpsons Movie Maker on the Super Nintendo or some shit on MS-DOS. And I watched it. And it was good fun. And people were saying what to call it. And I'm like, you should call it the Bartsicle Thieves. It's getting me with some neo-realism vibes. The Bartsicle Thieves. And for the non-film people in the audience, yeah, it's a joke for exactly 4 people. And it's not even like, I'm going to be real with you, it is not even like a cinephile thing. It is like you went to film school. It's the only way you would have ever heard of this awful movie. But every student has to fucking watch it and pretend that it's meaningful. And so, yeah, it's a joke for 4 people in the world. Yeah. It changed everything, dude. Italian neorealism. It just showed what's happening. You wouldn't have Breathless without it. Wow, dude. Crazy. hate the French New Wave like you wouldn't know, says Doc. Oh, damn. I don't know. I'd give it an 8.5 out of 10. You've heard of it through a podcast, said Daniel Lowe. That joke had, joke had great use of color, and it was in black and white. Now CJ, 8.5 is a French New Wave movie. Never mind. When did One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Homer is being told that one's chief, he never speaks, and he says, hello, chief, and the chief says, hello. I mean, that was a good one. That chief character, pretty problematic nowadays. Which is a sentence I just say to see if anyone agrees with me or not. Try it. It's fun. Just say something is problematic, even if you can't imagine how it could be. Just to see, it's like a pH test. Bicycle thieves cycled so Dario Argento could have great use of color. A +8. That subtle off-white coloring, the tasteful design of it. Oh my god. It even has custom rims. Dude, the Pippa, like, the Pippa laughing maniacally and shooting the handgun, that's immediately saved. Where her eyes are like spinny and she's shooting the empty revolver. That one's solid gold. And Pip's standing in front of Walmart, the censored Walmart, with the gun. That's peak. We got some good panels out of that one. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is kind of problematic overall. See? It works with anything. But HeyWoah, you are Swagliacci, yeah. I want you to go watch a streamer. Funny guy. But doctor, I am Swagliacci. Good joke. You're more of a Tenma kind of turkey? Hey, Tenma is good shit. Classic little tiny Napoleon office lady fox. Don't take shit from nobody. A little bit of a temper on her. Little troublemaker. Likes men, actually. One of the few VTubers in the entire world that doesn't pretend to be a lesbian. You love to see it. I feel like heteropositive is coming back with her. That's the... You don't have to pretend to be a lesbian for money. Always nice to see. Which I think is unfair to lesbians, because they're getting catfished. That's not cool. You know? Don't do that to them. What's that famous fucking clip? Do you think just because you're a lesbian it makes what you just said any less sad, or whatever the fucking thing was? It's great. Twitch official emotes have gotten so old and chunky, but culture is no longer formed here, so they can't get new ones. Yeah, that's true. Look at this 480p ass. Yeah. You can see the Dude, Dan's game, that is heinous. It's not even cut out right. Jesus. And they got rid of PogChamp and replaced it with a stupid snake. That's my culture. Don't change it. We need, what's his name back? The fighting game guy. Put his emote back. It's time. He's been in detention for too long now. Get rid of the fucking snake. Give me my real PogChamp back. Korea 6F6. Thanks for becoming a HeyWoah enjoyer on the YouTube side. Appreciate it very much. You didn't have to do it. The Neander's Morrowind VOD streams are freaking sweet. Hell yeah. Yeah, she's a real talent. The way I inflected upon that word might make some people think that I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. She's got real live sports comedy, like improv vibes, except funny. And just the right amount of self-deprecating sad. It's perfect. She stopped being any funny when she stopped being depressed. Yeah, that's true. She lost her muse. Her muse being depression. She stopped being so funny when she stopped being a femcel depressed forever alone. Like all this stuff. Her life turned around and now her life is great. And she's dating that Chad guy, except in real life. Like she found a Chad guy in real life who can understand Japanese and is also funny. The bastard. And so I'm very happy for her. Don't watch much anymore, but oh, you had to? Doctor's orders? Oh, well, fair enough. TY. A reference to the stream title. Ryan went off the deep end hard. Yeah, I don't care. It's a fucking emote. PogChamp. It has, like, yeah, it's his face. But you're not using it. You're not using that emote to be like, hell yeah, down with vaccines or whatever the fuck. It's just, it's a funny face. I don't know that we need to erase art just because somebody goes a little crazy for a little while. You get exactly what you get. The sterilized California fucking no fun allowed slop that itself is problematic, probably, if you think about it too hard. Fuck off. Let me keep my memes. Why is that dude walking with one pant leg rolled up and the other not? He probably has a bicycle, I would imagine. Speaking of bicycle thieves, probably has a bicycle, and that's the leg that would move past the gears. So you pull the pants leg up so it doesn't get caught in there. It is information I know because I used to go outside and be active all the time until I kind of broke my back a little bit in the young HeyWoah days. Memes transcend their shitty people. Yeah. Sometimes they're memes because they're shitty people, although not in this case. It was just patently funny. It was like innocently funny. And they ruined it. In fairness, that attitude is how you get Salt Bae, whom you hate. I don't know who Salt Bae is. Should I be happy about this, or do I need to know this? Nice, now you have time to play Haze on the PS3. Boosh. No Salt Bae. I mean, I'm somewhat of a... I'm I'm a passive expert in meme history because I've been there for all of it. You know, I've seen the first get. But, Salt Bay. Oh, it's this guy. I just didn't know it by the name. Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with the image. It's very funny. Don't know the show it's from or anything. And I don't fucking care. It's a funny image. If it turns out this guy, like, went crazy and killed 10 people or something, I feel like using the image isn't making light of that. It's just a funny image of a guy salting something. He's salting. I'm not doing it for assaulting. Anyway. Knack on the PS4. What was that shitty game? That doesn't... I was about to say a sentence that couldn't possibly be narrowed down. Never mind. It was like a launch title for PS3 maybe, or 4. Where you play as this woman who gives commands to this Paleolithic monkey guy. She like calls him monkey. Oh, Pink Girl, there she is. Pink Girl and Pink Chan. Let's go. All right, we made it. We made it. It's time. I think it's called Enslaved. Is it Enslaved? Anyway, I only bring it up because it was one of the games that one of the 1,000, what is it, 96,000 layoffs. One of them worked on that. Where is he disrespected football? American football? If so, I don't care. European football? If so, based. So, I mean, I don't think there's a bad leg to stand on there. You were talking about Enslaved, which is a retelling of Wukong and the Journey to the West. Oh, that's why it fucking sucked. Because that story sucks. Chinese are obsessed with it. They won't stop telling that story. Bro, I don't care. It's stupid. Tell me about your 108 special stars or something. That one's cooler. Anyway, good shit. I'm not mad at you. You should make a 4-hour YouTube essay about people who became internet memes struggling to monetize it because it's valueless to be one. It really is. Which is something of a shame, but that's the nature of it. Minus 300 social credit score. I won't have to worry about that for another 10 years at least. Although looking at New York, maybe 5. Holy. Excellent work, comrade. They missed Todd, but maybe next time. His name is too big. Can't do it. Chinese HeyWoah saying the same shit about the Odyssey this exact moment. I wouldn't fight him too hard on it. The Odyssey is interesting because it's an extremely old story. I don't care about it that much. I mean, free shrugs. That new movie looks like it's going to be dog shit for a variety of reasons. And I'm a pretty good tell. What with me having done trailers in the past and knowing a thing or two about it, I can typically watch a trailer and I can imagine what they compiled it from. And I'm a pretty good judge of if a movie is going to be good or not by watching one. And bro, it's not looking good for the Odyssey. I don't demand the perfect historical accuracy in a fable or something like that. But it does look like a TV movie where they just raided a warehouse of props. And they're like, fuck it, this kind of looks like it should be in a space movie. Who cares, dude? don't find the story like crazy compelling, actually. It's very important for the history of humanity. But I'm not trying to like read it again or watch it again. His Oblivion Dark Brotherhood was decent. Oh, nice. Look, unlike GW, at least China remembers their recipes. The problem is they only have 2. Yeah. Jotwa and the Three Kingdoms. Also, not a big monkey fan. Don't like monkeys. And for anyone trying to clip that, that's actual monkeys, okay? Like the Wukong shit and boy with a monkey tail riding on a cloud and stuff. Dumb. Dumb. You're worried since the success of the Backrooms, all the slop that will follow. And it will, Sam Kaufman. But here's the trick. A good script is something that, in general, the industry has decided doesn't matter whatsoever. At all. Like, they're just writing it as they go a lot of times because the production half, well, the production third has taken over everything in a bad way. And so we're not getting good scripts anymore in general. We're just not, as an industry standard. A lot of times they're not even getting a script once they're already still shooting. And so if they're going to pick random fucking memes off of Reddit to write movies for, at least the premise will be kind of interesting. Although, having read a bunch of that stuff over the years, that's really all they have, right? It's an interesting premise, and then where could you take it? It's kind of like a Saturday Night Live movie, you know? It works for a 30-second bit, but then their 2-minute bits are already starting to run long, and then they're like, what about 90 minutes? And you're like, you can't do that. There's not enough to stretch for that long. It's going to be horrible. And so we might accidentally get 1 or 2 cool movies out of the deal. And a whole lot of slop that has like a kernel of an interesting idea, and then they just ruin it and go a bad direction with it. Which is still maybe even better than what we're getting now a lot of times. So I'm not too pursed about it. Samuel Kaufman. Yeah. Great-grandson, maybe. Yeah, Radium. Sometimes my powers are that of the obvious. And this might be one of those. It's actually a rare skill in 2026 to learn your opinion on a movie by watching it. Thumbnail face, red bold text. Yeah. Did you see it? I'll explain the ending to you in this YouTube video. So you know in the movie where the character just looks straight at the camera and tells you their entire motivation? Let me explain that by using basically the same words in a synonym here or there. That's their motivation. Can you believe it? And then when the bad guy explains his entire plan and then gets shot, that was his plan. So let's go through it. When we're getting a Metamorphosis movie. Dude, that book fucking sucked. Was it even a book or a short story? I can't remember. But when Dancing Mad Kefka came out for a Final Fantasy Magic card, that card's kind of cool. It costs 1 too much mana, but that's a cool card. But there's a reason I titled that deck Kafka's Metamorphosis is mad boring. So whenever I say something is Kafka-esque, what I mean is it's mad boring. Anyway, you want to read a news article just like the old days? Let's do that. Poof. Welcome to reading the news page. Remember this? Ogremont tribes revealed. Grell Firefist brings a cannon to a knife fight. The Ogremont tribes are not ones for small measures, especially now that the Grots got kicked out of it. Sorry, Noblars, whatever. And after their big summer preview reveal and the subsequent Ogor Hunters, there's still more to see, introducing the cannon-wielding mercenary, Grell Firefist. Heinous, inbred retard face. Don't like it. In fact, I hate it. But it's easy. You just put a helmet on him. Even if it's one of the helmets from like the Cavan stuff that I don't particularly like, it's a big upgrade here. They're a little too round, maybe. A little too round, perhaps. Excellent cannon. You'll love to see it. Good work there. A bunch of flair all over to denote that is a mercenary, right? You got the blades here and some sashes and stuff like that. That's kind of nice. These little the greaves here, very cartoony, very like mid-90s Final Fantasy kind of look to it, right? This is a funny model. They're trying to be funny with this. Yeah, a lady ogre. Oh, maybe that's why complete sphere. Maybe that's why circular, because body type different. Don't like the head. Oh, they got a hook hand, and the hook hand is holding the cannon. That's clever. I don't like hook hands, but that's a good use of one. Also, did they squish this image? It looks like they squished the cannon part, but maybe they didn't. Maybe it's just the stockiest cannon in the universe. I mean, could be. Grell is wide, Lee-traveled warrior who has killed almost everything that can be killed and eaten most of it too. She'll sell her services to just about anybody for the right price, and after witnessing her leveling entire regiments with volleys from her beloved cannon Blast Belch, few commanders feel compelled to argue the cost. All right, now I have seen the War Scroll, but if I hadn't, what I would say right now is, I bet this cannon fucking sucks statistically, and this sentence is false. Keep in mind, I have looked at this already, but that's what I would normally say. And having looked at the War Scroll, that's also what I say now. That cannon fucking sucks. Typical. She's so enamored with black powder, in fact, that even blowing off her own hand can't dampen her enthusiasm for explosive mayhem. The cacophony created by her cannon fire is so distracting that enemy units can't help but pay notice, giving Grell's ogre comrades free rein to pull back for another crushing charge. Thunderous diversion. Now, this rule is very exciting, okay? This is an exciting rule. Prepare your bowels for imminent release. Pick a friendly Ogremont Tribes unit that is in combat with an enemy unit that had any damage inflicted on it this turn by this unit's shooting attacks to be the target. The target can immediately use a retreat ability as if it were your movement phase and can still use charge abilities later in the turn. No mortal damage is inflicted on the target by that retreat ability. So what does this mean? She shoots a unit that your dudes are stuck in with. They failed to kill last turn, and it's rolled back around to your turn now, and both you and the enemy are still alive. She fires. If she deals damage, your guys get to free retreat, no damage taken, and then charge back in, get impact hits, and just actually fuck them up. This is an incredibly good ability. It's the type of ability we've been waiting for in Ogres for 7 years. Okay? Some kind of retreat and charge. We've been waiting for this. There is the monkey paw curls, though. That's if anything is left alive after a volley. Translator's note. Plenty of stuff will be alive after a volley. In fact, it's you doing that damage at all is not exactly a sure thing. Blast Belch is a fearsome weapon that can be packed with anything Grell can grab nearby. I hate this bit of flavor here. I hate this because it means that they think that these cannons have to be terrible. Just use a fucking cannonball. I'm so mad. Though its ogre-made ammunition is particularly devastating when focused on a single unlucky target. And here we go. 12-inch range. Stopped reading there. It's bad. You actually could. You could do that. This unit is bad. It is a trap. And 12-inch range kills the crab entirely. However, let's keep reading anyway. Like maybe it's just a short range, but it's really good. D3 plus 2 attacks. 4s and 2s, 2-2. Like, okay. Chances are you will hit with one of them and do 2 damage. Like all things, you're probably going to do 2 damage with her. But you got to get really close to do it. You got to get very close to do it. You have to have her up in the like melee attack along with that melee squad range, which sucks. That sucks. And then ogre-made ammunition. Pick a visible enemy within 6. Within 6? That's crazy. It could happen. But 6 is nuts. And no shoot in combat. It gives you D6 plus 2 instead of D3 plus 2 attacks. Nah, skip. Skipped. I think it's a trap. I think it's a trap unit. You read this, retreat and charge. You read that part, and you're like, damn, retreat and charge is so good in ogres, and you are entirely right. But the hoops you have to jump through to do that require you to take just like a bad unit, I think, which is too bad. It could work differently on the table. You could put her right behind a line of chaff gluttons or something, and then your opponent comes to you, and then you can sit there shooting them at 6 maybe sometimes, right? But I don't know. I'm not like not super excited about these rules. These aren't exactly Lumineth Realm Lords Tzeentch rules, Nurgle rules. These appear to be ogre rules. I was hoping we would get the good guy this time, but hey, there's always 5th edition. If the War Scroll comes out and she has Blast Belch melee, yeah, like the melee profile is Blast Belch, and then it's just like this exact profile. Like maybe, but I don't know. She'll be coming out soon. If you're hungry for more Ogre Tribes reveals, I am. Make sure to come back next Monday, as we've got even more to show you. All right, could it be the Rhino guy? He's my. We're putting it all on his shoulders. He better be good. He better have a good War Scroll. Anyway, that's that. Model-wise, wait a minute. Yeah. What do I give it for the tier? I really like the cannon. The toothy maw on it is a nice touch. Looks good from the side. Damn, that's short. Dude, that's short. Maybe it doesn't. They're painstakingly modeled this thing to make sure that it looks like it sucks as much as the War Scroll. Horrible face, a little too round, I think. There's some good details here and there. I don't know if I like it. And this isn't the no female ogres thing because these look great. Big fan of these except for the bird, you know. This one's a miss for me. Canon's cool, but it's hard to explain why I don't like it, but I don't. Anyway, let's finish things off with a Warhammer art through the years. Idneth Deepkin for our ongoing series looking at some of the best in Warhammer artwork continues. This week we're heading to the Mortal Realms, the Soak Up Classic Idneth Deepkin art? Okay. I remember this. This is a good pick. This one is more exciting because of the things happening in the background. This whole foreground part, the blind lady kind of looking gormless there a little bit. A bunch of Skaven there to getting their souls slurped by this guy here, Lamplight Man. But in the eels in the background, and look at this wave chat, dude. This is sick. You'll love to see it. Against the Vermin Lord Corruptor, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's possible it's the Warbringer, actually. I can't recall which one has the claw hand. But yeah, I always liked this one. I used it in a video or two. And then this one, the old cover, of course. I like it because it's got a hero on the cover, which is nice to see. Swirly tentacles are looking good. It has a background. And every once in a while, they allow them to draw a background, which is always nice in AOS. This one here, I don't believe I've seen this one. Or if I did, I kind of skipped over it. They like to use this image right here. I think the eels are looking super dumb. I don't like the covering their eyes bit. Not an eel fan. Hero on the cover? Now, how about some random fucking chaff unit that's stupid looking with no background at all, standing in an empty field? What about that? Funny because they said this week would be the Ogres week, and then this one says Ogres next week. Look, just next week. Just next week. Chaff guy on solid color background nailed it. It's so shit. This is wonderful. I mean, this is just like the sketchiest sketch ever. But I love this because this is a little, to me, this is more true to the lore. These are terrifying nightmare elves that show up underlit and steal people's souls and erase their memories. Seeing the gumball machine with dreams in it from the Neverending Story, like that's an artifact that really exists in IDK, right? Like that's a little more of what I'm looking to see. Also, whale in the background. A little wishful thinking by that artist. Anyway, I love this. Big fan. Instead, we get this usually, which is rendered well. But again, don't like the eels. Taken out a Keeper of Secrets, not very difficult, except for during a 2-month period in 2nd edition, where it was much harder. Sorry about that War Scroll. And this one, truly good. Love to see it. This is an excellent one. This is the one I typically use when I try to make IDK art look good. Wonderful here. And usually you cut out the guys in the front. Do the caster version of Wave Chat in the background. Tidecaster here. I love the beams, you know, we get the sky blue beams kind of turning into sunlight underlit stuff. A little bit of the same kind of thing we're seeing up here. It's great. It's just great. Imagine if the book covers were like this. Instead of one thrall in like a photo booth. Give me landscape art or give me death. MTG got it right with land cards. Yeah, land really was the genius pull there. In ways that they couldn't possibly have foreseen, probably. But the idea that your resource, the basic resource of the game, was the infinite and endless well of landscape painting, so that it would never get old, it would never get tiresome. You could always find different or interesting takes on it forever, instead of like every turn you get a gem. And then on turn 3 you get 3 gems. And your opponent has 3 gems. Like just having it be land with land art was so good. And they probably couldn't have foreseen it at the time, but it was so good. Warhammer Community. This is a newer one. The Big Turda. Oh, and he's got a bib on. And he's got a little cayenne bibbler over here. And they always have to have a wave chat. This one's doing a little SeaWorld bit. Big shark. Fighting against Slaves to Darkness, the old versions. Maybe this is an old world art. This guy's about to get hit by those powerful jaws. And then you got the squid monster in the background. Once again, the artist getting a little ambitious, hoping for something interesting to happen there. And the Castle Grayskull kind of skull in the tower. You love to see it. I don't know what you mean by all the lands are weird symbols of an eye of a dragon. Yeah, all my lands are pizza with the Twin Towers behind them. What do you mean? Yeah, true. Well, sometimes, you know, the well goes too deep, maybe. And this one. Can we get this shit back? Remember this shit? Remember when artists were allowed to do something like this in AOS? This is so good. What a wonderful image I recall from my mid-youth. There he is, Lotan, dude, the Squiddler. Well, the Octopler, I guess. Oh, and a nice little circle. Bunch of foot heroes, man. Look at look at his beady eyes. He's the real power behind the throne, you know. Why haven't IDK gotten a Kraken, or an Orca for that matter? I don't know. I mean, Turtle's their center. I guess they got 2 centerpieces already. Maybe 3 would be too much. I'm not sure. Maybe it's an army that doesn't sell very well. I'm not sure. Looks like TTRPG art. Yeah, this is your party. This is your party of adventurers for Soulbound. But hey, whoa, I can't use that for a cover art. How will they know which unit to run 2 of as chaff? Well, maybe not 2, because their ability is once per game army, so maybe just 1. Don't buy 2 of those, kid. Can't give you 2 reasons to buy something. 3 centerpieces, Wave Chad, Turtle, Incarnate. Ugh. I mean, good meme, but ugh. Brother, ew. They could get Dolphin Power Armor from Rift's World Book Underseas. I mean, that's cool, but what about the Coral Armor that those merfolk chads use. I can't believe how huge they made the merfolk people in Riffs. I mean, like, it makes sense. I shouldn't be surprised after looking at it, but I'm like, I can't believe what they did to them. They're like, what if, and I'm being completely honest here, in Lemuria, okay, Riff's World Book Lemuria, they're like, we gotta have, I assume this is what Kevin sounds like, even though I've talked to him in real life, and he doesn't sound like this, but we gotta make a merfolk world book. What are the merfolk gonna look like? And then that huge black guy that does all their modern art, who fucking loves the widest robots in the universe plus animals, who's actually a cool guy. He's like, we take the art style from Doom the Dark Ages, change nothing, and then put a little like translator's note on the art that says a merfolk is somewhere inside of this. And that's what we do. And that's what they did. By gum. Here, I'll show you. I have this open. Rift's World Book. All right, Lemuria. Okay. Let me scroll to an appropriate page. Keep in your mind, okay, this is a merfolk, right? Merfolk race. And I say Doom the Dark Ages art style, and you're like, yeah, whatever. Okay. Look at this. Look at this fucking dude. Yeah, so it's a merfolk. Jesus Christ. Look at this guy. Oh, how about the... Oh, shit. He's so big. He's got the power armor crab claw. Holy fuck. And the power armor has a special ability to see forward and on either side of you for that all-arounder vision. Jesus. The light power armor suit. Look at this. Look at this dude. Holy. Merfolk. What are they feeding them? The fish in the ocean are over 100% protein. Absolutely absurd. Anyway, this has been your quick trip into Riff's Land. Peak male fantasy, but water. Did Kevin include how tall the armor is? Yeah, I guess I could look it up. It's those omega-3 fatty acids, dude. Truly, the fatty acids. How big is this thing? Leviathan bio armor. Okay. Speed,
Good job,
statistical data.
King.
Height. 8.5 feet minimum, 12 feet max. Up to 6 feet wide. Dude, wide. The shortest ones are 8.5 feet tall. 6 feet wide. Holy shit. Lowest height, maximum width, you are veritably almost a cube. Just a cube of coral and meat. Sunshine and Black Wings are tier 1, 56 months. Swagliacci. Yeah. This is PPE power armor. Yeah, it's bio. Okay, it's bio wizardry power armor. Use PPE to activate it. Suit up, senpai. It's fucking sick. You think, oh yeah, the mermaid said, whatever, talk to fish or some shit. Actually, hold up. You gotta get some of that. Did you see the monster trucks are staying? Yes, I did. Yeah, they're keeping us they're keeping us around for another edition. Come 5th edition, we'll see. But I'm gonna, I might get some use out of them while I still can. Or maybe, this is like quasi-legal amounts of copium. If these ogres sell really well, maybe we'll get the second half, and it's the Beast Claw half, my half. Frostlords still exist? Yes, they do. And they got two, Thundertusks got two saggy War Scrolls that are awful. But at least they're trying. They know that Thundertusks have sucked, except for exactly in 1st edition where they were too good. But they were in an army that sucked, and so actually it was balanced. But you don't want to hear me saying it. People didn't like that straight sixer. They didn't like that on a 2-up. And ever since then, they've struggled to balance the Thundertusk War Scroll. And by that, I mean they have made it bad always. And the problem is, and they know the problem, but the problem is you have 2 choices for the Thundertusk War Scroll. Actually, you have 3. But the third option kind of sucks for Monster Mash. Your options are, you make Thundertusks good in combat, but to do that, you have to kind of turn them into Stonehorns. Because that's what a Stonehorn's job is. A Stonehorn's job is to be good in combat. So if you change the stats on a Thundertusk until it's good in combat, then it's probably the same thing as a Stonehorn, and why the fuck would you have 2 of them then, right? So we can't do that. And the other option is to give them good shooting, which is what they used to have, and the reason for the entire architecture of the design of the Battle Tome originally back in 1st was you had the Thundertusks that were the shooting ones, and the Stonehorns, which were the melee ones, and they lived in harmony together. It was perfect. But if you can't give them good shooting, then they're terrible and no one takes them. And they've decided to make their shooting worse every edition, even though it was already unplayably bad in 2nd, right? And so just no one ever plays them. So that, you could either make them good in melee, but then they're Stonehorns. You could make them good at shooting, but you can't do that, because good shooting in ogres is illegal, apparently. And the third option is to make them a buff wagon. But buff wagons don't work in Monster Mash, which isn't too big of a hurdle. You could force synergy there. You could be like, well, Thundertusks are the buff wagons, and then you play like melee troops around them, like Daughters of Cain do. And they have not explored that option. Or you could just make them awful and slowly phase them out, which is, I guess, the secret fourth choice, which is what they're doing. They fucked up his Thundertusk 4 times. Yeah. Introduce a new section of an army, keeping just one kit to fill out one section, and then they'll just cut out the only kit. I'm aware. I saw your videos on the new soaked Thundertusks. Yeah, they're not good. But Doctor, I am Swagliacci. Wait, no, HeyWoah, we made them good in combat, but give them 2 separate once per battle abilities, so you're not punished for taking 2 of functionally the same unit. Well, I mean, if they're going to put 6 War Scrolls in one box, you kind of, you got to do what you got to do. But yeah, they're not good in combat. I mean, Frostlords aren't anymore either. They made them not good. Offense is like okay. Defense is terrible. And their speed is just as fast as any other monster. Actually a little slower because no flying. Yeah, we're straight gutted. You did hear that Beast Claw earned the 2nd wave of the refresh. However, you also drink straight copium. Yeah. I don't know if any leaker has said that. Shortest merfolk absolutely mogs demigods. It's riffs. Anyway, you might meet some of them in the future. I might send out the feelers for next weekend. See if we can't get the gang back together. For, what are we calling the sessions? It's going to be like fucking Kingdom Hearts session names, you know? Session 5 Re-Zero. AB positive, melty blood. Over marriage. The mistake was abandoning Noblars. The only good decision they made at all. But you know my general hatred of Noblars. Not a fan. So maybe it's my comeuppance. It's what I get, right? Anyway, switching the walk real quick. Because we've entered prime yap territory at this point. And so you know what that means. No, Dad, no. It's time for EverQuest. Just to have something on in the background, you know. Anyway, prime yapping begins now. Anyway, it's probably what I get. I don't like Noblars, get them out, right? And Games Workshop is like, well, you want Noblars gone. It's gonna cost you. Nothing's free, kid. Beast Claw's getting thrown in the fucking trash. Is that worth it? No, probably not. In retrospect, if Beast Claw was getting a refresh, you know, and the thing I had to pay to get that was the Noblars stay in and they get a refresh too, I would probably have done that. But if Beast Claw aren't getting a refresh and they're just technically sticking around for now, then yeah, flush the knobs. Nush the flobs, as it were. Didn't the catapult have Noblars on it? Yes, it did. And even the Iron Blaster has a Noblar or two on it, if I recall. And according to the Q&A that somebody posted in Giga, the cannon is staying. The Iron Blaster is staying in. Surely they'll just use the Soggy War Scroll for the cannon, and we'll have one fun cannon. Because after all, the Soggy Scrolls, like, those are a beta test for what the players like. And that Iron Blaster was fun. So I'm sure that'll just be in the Battle Tome now, that version. That's a fun unit. You can't use two. Because, you know, once per turn army. Woe betide you to buy two of anything, right? Can't do that. Because that's too close to spam, using two, count them, 2 units. Can't do that. But here we are in the hole. And Bard's leveled up a little bit, and I got a charm. Got the charm song, which means I can mind control enemies and just have them fight each other. Pretty OP. Pretty not bad. Charm is going on the new tier list. I'm doing like a new tier list now that we know more information, and I've played a little bit of the beta, so I know a thing or two. Not too much, but I know a thing or two at least. So I have a little more info under my belt about useful information. Here I am stunning her cast every once in a while, but I don't, strictly speaking, need to. Is there a way to get more spell gems? There is. It's one of your alternative advancement abilities under archetype. If I scroll down, you get an ability called Mnemonic Retention. And through the power of retention, you expand your magic. Okay, so truly, it is the it's the you become a wizard, right? After a certain amount of levels, and you get 1 new spell gem for each. I have 6 additional spell gems, and you're going to need that if you're a bard. Not everybody needs that, but when you're combining 3 classes, you're just going to need more spell gems, right? So it's a good pickup early if you're in some kind of caster build. Like if you're in like 1 caster and 1 healer, and then some melee thing, like you probably might want to upgrade that a little bit. Notice the charm wore off because the charm that bards get lasts for 1 minute only. Enchanters can charm stuff for much longer, but then it breaks randomly and it's super annoying. But the bard one, it makes pulling groups a lot smoother. Something that's important is like being able to break up groups. This is why I say that Feign Death is really important. Where you roll up to a room and there's like 5 creatures that all pull if you want to pull one of them. And maybe they're strong and you can't handle that. Well, what do you do about that? Well, you could mesmerize them if you got an enchanter or something like that. You could charm one of them and have them fight for a little while, although they will run towards you. But, you know, 2 on 4 is better than 1 against 5. Getting them to switch teams, right? That's pretty sick. Or you could pull them all and then do the Feign Death stuff and wait for a while and try to split up the group, which also works pretty well. The monkey paw partially uncurls. Tom Cruise is the last Noblar. It's a funny meme, but in the movie, he's not the last he witnesses the last samurai. That's the thing. He wasn't like actually a samurai in that, but it is a funny meme. What is the benefit cons of the Jelly Baby furry transformation? You get increased movement speed, increased attack. And increased attack is actually a really good bonus. Helps you miss less. The leveled up versions of the wolf possibly give something like dexterity maybe or something like that. The downside is people in your chat room say that it looks like a jelly baby and you can't see it, but they can. And you don't want them to be uncomfortable. And so you drop Druid and pick up Cleric. And it turns out Cleric is like way better than Druid anyway, so no big deal. Ooh, broke right away. Resisted. Oh, because he's special named. I'll grab this one back here. Resisted. Resisted. I might have to just fight him if it's going to be like this. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll just fight him. And this will be a long one. What the hell is a jelly baby? It's what the wolf form looks like according to exactly 3 chatters. And I don't know what they mean, and I never saw it. But it made them very uncomfortable. And so I'm like, look, the chat's comfort is my #1 concern. I'll drop the class. I'll play a cleric instead. And I did. So here we are. Maybe if I hit him with the magic debuff on this melody. There we go. Okay. I hit him with the magic debuff. Now is it gonna work? No. Alright. EverQuest should disturb the comforted, yeah. New updates. I got to a certain level with Bard that now the class is really opened up. It's a lot better. We got DDD, which does a crazy amount of damage. This is sort of the reason I did this build in the first place. Denon's something, Doug Dimmadome ability. I'll look up what it's called later. Oh, Strength Stam? Dude, that's actually it. That's a nice, kind of a nice back piece there. It is called Denon's Disruptive Discord. No, Denon's Desperate Dirge. It's a direct damage. Diamond Donovan Douglas, Denon's Desperate Dirge, Doug Dimmadome. 3D. And it does an absurd amount of damage, and it's uncapped as far as how far you can juice it. And I wanted to know if they're knowers, because if they're real knowers, they would know that that spell is a problem that bards get. And they got to do something about it. Either cap it, or curtail the bonuses you get for it, or something like that. And it turns out they made it cost 800 mana flat, and there's no way to reduce it. And even if you level up the spell, it won't reduce it. So they are knowers. They did detect that it was a problem, and they made it cost 1 billion mana, so that you kind of can't use it. You can gather up a... Oh, and also they capped it at 5. 5 targets instead of infinity targets. So they issued enough nerfs to it that it probably is... I'm not going to say it's bad. It's good for grouping up whites and blues and casting it 3 times and killing all of them. And then having exactly 0 mana and metting to full again. That's probably like fair. But it is something that you can never use in real content, like against bosses and stuff. The mana cost is just absurd and it'll get resisted probably. So that's fair. It feels powerful when you're using it, but you can't use it for any real content. I guess maybe that's where it ought to sit. Owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome? That's true. Diners, drive-ins, and dives. Yeah. Guy Fred Asteri. That's him. Alex True Custodian will he'll miss the jelly baby. Well, if you play a druid and sometimes a shaman, you yourself can have your own jelly baby, and in fact you can impose it upon others because I think this guy has 100% magic resist. I don't know why I'm even singing. Anyway, there's a group wolf form you get eventually that turns your entire group into wolves, and so even if they don't want it, when you join a group you can press the button and then everybody and all their pets turn into wolves. Or jelly babies if you prefer. Now they can just click off the buff, I guess. You can always drop it, but still. Skeleton has pulled. I'm going to make it my friend. It's now my friend, and it's helping me attack this guy. I love Charm. Charm is good. I mostly use Charm just to have group pulls be a little easier. A little control magic in Magic the Gathering, you know? Like, killing their creature is good, but stealing their creature, well, now you're up 1, right? -1/+1. And this guy does damage. He's punching. Sometimes they even cast spells or like shield bash or counterspell. The main guy, that's kind of cool. It's just like a little bonus damage spell, and then it's got another 35 seconds on it here. It's possible for them to break early, but hey, all right. This is Ghost of Glonor. Glonor the Forbidden One. And he is apparently 100% immune to all magic. That's a rough one for me, I guess. I'll send this guy against them. I got another 7 seconds left. Hey, just why don't you fight over there for a second? This thing is a Shadow Knight, and so it gets to harm touch. It'll harm touch whoever, basically on pull. And if it's going to harm touch something, it might as well harm touch my pet, whom I'm going to kill later for experience. So kind of alright. And let's start the melody. If you're going to play a bard, you're going to have to learn melodies. Well, you're not going to have to learn melodies. You don't have to do this. Depends on how many caster classes you have. If you're a melee build, you probably want to do melodies. It's not like they're super powerful or anything. But they don't cost any mana, and they're just free damage and a free slow. And that's cool if you got nothing else going on. We should do a group then, for real. What's the name of this EverQuest release? It's called EverQuest Legends. It is for... It's a grinding game. As you can see, you're just chilling. You're just kind of grinding stuff. It's a flow state grinder game for boomers. And you know how in video games people are like, oh, the sweats, you know, we don't like the sweats and the tryhards, right? And you're like, these fucking sweats don't have a job, right? Living in their parents' basement, just playing all the time. We don't like how they're able to spend more time on the game than us. Well, EverQuest is so old, and the player base of EverQuest is so old, that when you try to use doesn't have a job as an insult, they will tell you, yeah, I'm retired. I'm collecting Social Security. Yeah, I don't have a job. And it's interesting. It kind of inverts some of the stereotypical insults in a certain respect. Like, yeah, I play EverQuest all day and don't have a job. It's called collecting Social Security, dude. I'm 68. I'm retired. Dude, my kids are retired. What do you mean? Looks like the buffs are kind of running out a little bit, so we'll swap over to recovery. They gave you this 10-minute quick buff AA, which I purchased. You don't have to. Save some time every once in a while. You just drag every single possible buff onto your bar like that. Slip in the recovery stance and press quick buff, and it gives you all of them. Badoosh. And there it is. And then we load grinder set. You can save your little spell sets by right-clicking here, load them and save them. And this is, you know, I got one for buffing, I got one for grinding, and I got one for Lord Nagafin. Naggy Raid, which is kind of fun. And then Traveling Boots here. And then Blade Stopper, which gives me a rune. Collecting funny little pieces of equipment that have right-click spell casts is a very common thing. You saw a retired tiger once? Yeah, eyes looking in different directions. My grandson is in his 30s. Instead of a sweat lord with no job living in their parents' basement, you are a sweat lord with no job because you're retired, and your grandson is living in your basement. And he's playing Azur Lane. But yeah, I'm going to make a guild and everything. This is the open beta, and these characters will be deleted, so it's not worth doing right now. But, on release, yeah, we'll probably doing the Freeport server, I would guess. And we'll make a funny guild and do groups. Grouping is actually quite fun in EverQuest because everybody's old, and half of the players are just like retired casuals, and the other half are former sweat lords of the highest degree who are now 55 and just mellowed out. And so they're like, yeah, whatever. And so grouping is actually quite fun. Leave it to a solo game to have grouping be fun. Ulrich the Devout, huh? Double namer. Nice. Hit him with a double slow, which stack with each other. Monk slows are not particularly great, but they do exist. And one of them is an AoE slow, which is nice. You wish you could have a house in your 80s with a basement just to recreate that statement with a grandson on your basement, but he'll be playing good games like Blue Archive. Hell yeah. How many AAs I got? Am I taking that rune thing yet? 3? Yeah. I think I am. Because I hit 3 out of 3 combat agility, which is... This is an eat your vegetables kind of AA. You really should just take it eventually, and I did. And now we'll max blood rune. Get a little more absorption over here. So it ticks for like 11,995 instead of like 23446. Ooh, 25. That must have been a Kriet. Nice. Anyway, it's just like generically less damage that I'm taking. There's 2 really distinct, so far as I can see it now, and this is probably going into a video eventually, but there's 2 real distinct things that you're going to be doing to keep in mind when you're thinking about your class combo. And I guess there's more. And every time I think about how many there are, the number increases, and I really should work on that. All right, let's charm the right guy. Resist. Let's charm the left guy, because he's not a named. There we go, we got a friend, and they can fight each other for a little bit. You know. Nice bonus damage. And then we'll just helping out. And so this guy takes damage, and the pet takes damage for a little bit. And that'll be nice for the future when I break charm or it wears off, and then I just kill this guy, and you get full XP for both of them. Bonus. Charm is good. On the tier list of abilities that your class combo would like to have, charm is a big deal. That's a good one. There's probably too many must-have things for you to build the perfect trio, which is good. You want that in a certain respect. Let's switch to inversion. And he's dead. And then we drop the charm and kill this guy. Thanks for your help. And now, you shall have your reward. Strength whiz, 520. I mean, maybe. Just keep it just in case. You know, if you like Morrowind, I think you're lying. I think you're hedging your bets, but look, I talk about Betrayal at Krondor and how Stonekeep came with a book. Yes, I like Morrowind. Not diagnosed, but we're pretty sure. We're all pretty sure. Okay? I love Morrowind. That game was so good when it came out. I haven't played it in 20 years or something. I don't know how well it's aged. Probably hasn't, but the story and writing I remember being very good. And we kind of lost the recipes on stuff like that. Somewhere a little after the 2010s. Kind of lost the recipes on that. Morrow Peak. There's a mod called Tamriel Rebuilt. Fun to watch you play some Morrowind or Test 3 MMP with your mods. I could do that. That'd be fun. Be revisiting. Alright, here's a blue skeleton. We'll make him our friend, and then we'll tell him to kill his friend. There you go. Go off. Looks like there's another guy there. So we'll fight this guy while you fight that guy. And tell me how it goes. What a team. He's taking a lot of damage here. That's good, because if he gets down to like 5% life, I could just drop the charm and finish him off. Free XP. Delivered to your door. Not sure if it aged pretty well or you're just old. Yeah, I'll try it out. It's like a Quake 2 engine kind of looking game, right? I bet it'll be nice. All right, done with that one. And then I'll come over here and help. And this guy is almost dead, and so we'll hover the leave button. Hovering. And one more hit maybe. There, and we'll drop him. Finish him off. Full XP. Dude, charm is so good when it doesn't drop early. It will drop early a lot until you get higher level. I have Jamfest for +5 level on songs, which really helps for being able to charm stuff. But if you really want to be a max charmer, you go for Enchanter for sure. Enchanter very strong. Watching you revisit old RPGs from an ancient age would be cool. Yeah, and I could probably do maybe, what do you call it? Because a lot of content creators are like, here's a funny Zoomer VTuber girl, right? Who was born after the towers fell, playing Morrowind. And that's a very interesting perspective to get if they're entertaining, right? Watching Neanders is older than that. But, you know, watching Plib play some old RPG or something, or, you know, somebody like that. But then there's the, I'm so old, I was there when it came out, and so I can give the perspective of the context of the era and point out the things that they thought were really cool, or that were like an entire selling point, that nowadays you would be playing the game and it wouldn't even register that this was a thing. But it was the first time anyone did that, and now it's expected. And oh, damn, this game has an in-game map? You don't have to write it on graph paper? Wow, you know, but nowadays it's like, where's the map, dude, you know? Or they really thought that these water effects were so sick, right? Stuff like that. Thought you may appreciate it as a game, but you haven't heard you talk much about it. Though yes, it was 100% hedging. Seemed like the kind of guy who can appreciate a good game, even if not like a huge fan. Yeah, I liked Morrowind a lot when it came out. I've only played it one time ever. I played it once when it came out, and I'm like, yeah, this is one of the best RPGs ever. This shit is so good. And then I played Oblivion, and I did not like it, and I played Skyrim, and it was worse. And then I just watched as Starfield came out, and I'm like, this looks like shit. I'm going to watch Dark Rob play it with a big cigar. And even that was only entertaining because of how bad Starfield was and how funny it was for there to exist a man like Dark Rob. I got to watch The Fall in real time. But CJ, when he first showed up here, he was so into Morrowind that I felt like I didn't need to be into it that publicly, even though it obviously is very good, because he had that covered. Dark Rob, they sued for peace, you know, blue sky writing. We got so many memes from that. The evolution of graphics from a guy who actually saw them go from cubes to hexagons to spheres. Yeah, I mean, however, I saw them go from, we didn't have graphics. It was text-based stuff and sometimes ASCII art. So I watched it go from text-based and ASCII, pardon me, to like Number Muncher style Apple II I hesitate to even say pixel art because it's like more basic even than that. Oregon Trail and Number Muncher and stuff like that. Up through pixel art like the Nintendo Entertainment System to the brief period in the 90s where they started like doing 3D mock-ups and then digitizing those in 2D a frame at a time to pretend like they had 3D but not really. Stuff like Donkey Kong and what's that awful fighting game on the Genesis, and some other stuff on into the earliest of the early 3D that just looked heinously bad. N64 stuff, Saturn stuff, on into Dreamcast level and the Pentium era, and Quake 2, Quake 3. I guess the whole 2.5D stuff, you know, Doom, Doom 2, Shadow Warrior, Rise of the Triad, Dookie Nukie, Blood, all the goods and some even of the bads. And then eventually, you know, 3D started getting kind of nice. On into the Shadow of the Colossus era and eventually the Crisis era. And the Unreal Engine era. Mortal Kombat. Oh yeah, the digitized real actors where they just took pictures of them. Yeah, that thing. Which Mortal Kombat didn't invent or anything, but they were the biggest early adopter, famously maybe, of that. And the million copycat fighters that just did that. Street Fighter, the movie, the game, you know, Jackie Chan's fighting game adventure, just a million. Oh, apparently Cat Fight from Plibstream. Would you ever play 3D Monster Maze? I can't remember. I don't think I have. I don't think I have played it. Having a stun or two is very good in this version of EverQuest. Playing at least one class that has 2 stuns on different cooldowns to be able to stop monsters from casting heals or like Turgor's insects on you is very important as you move up in difficulties where everything starts getting like 2 classes. At some points it feels like even 2 stuns on different cooldowns isn't enough, you need 3. Depending on how many things you're trying to pull. But I guess you can't have everything. Catfight, is that like a proto DOA? I wouldn't call it that. But it is it is empowering. The era of the great leaps in tech is over. Yes, it is. At least visually. We got kind of used to it as... I don't know if I'm technically a millennial or not. I think I am, but close to not. Like I caught the very beginning of it or something, but we got used to it and we thought it would just keep happening as consumers. Like, oh yeah, we went from just words and ASCII art, and then eventually pixel art, and then 3D. Like every 8 years, the image of what you were looking at tripled in quality just forever, and we just thought it would keep happening. And then it entirely stopped. And everything looks basically the same. And it's really your art department and lighting quality that determines how anything looks basically for the past 15 years almost. They just kind of stopped doing that. Now we need data centers instead, so that YouTube search can get worse. Another fantasy autism stream. Let's go. Hyped that you're hyped for the new EverQuest. The language there, very carefully, diplomatically chosen. You are hyped, not for this game, but you are hyped that I am hyped for this game, and I appreciate that. It sounds like me when somebody else gets a good battle tome. Is like, I'm glad that I'm happy that they're happy about that. And it's not like a subtle dig. It's actually, I'm being truthful. I am happy that they're happy. So hey, all right, good shit. When the Death of Superman story released, was it as big as the articles say? Is that the Death of Superman? I think I read that. Is that the one where Superman looks like Santa Claus because he's 1,000,000 years old, and he gets like a septuple chain gun and kills Hitler with it? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Because that shit was hilarious. Stupid. But kind of awesome in how dumb it was. I might be thinking of a different one. I might be the wrong person to ask because I did like a little bit of comic reading, but not anything really. I was never like a comic guy. I had friends that were comic guys, and so I'm like, hey, I want to read a good comic, and then they'd be like, oh, okay, well, here it is. And so they read 600 issues of Spider-Man, and then I'm like, what's the best Spider-Man? And they're like, oh, it's this, and then I'll read that. So they had to trudge through the muck of just all the shit, and then they would tell me like the good one, and I would read that. Like, you know, I read like Fantastic Four, where there's like a plane of existence with Infinite Reed Richards and stuff, and that was a good arc. And so they're like, hey, read this one, it's good. I'm like, okay. Or World War Hulk or something like that. They would just like hand me the good stuff. But I wasn't really like an avid reader. So I guess I know like the big beats, you know. I read Watchmen, I read Red Sun, Superman, you know, like World War Hulk and Infinite Reed Richards and things here or there. Like I've dipped my toe into just the stuff that everybody likes. But I haven't read almost anything, relatively speaking. Fantastic Four from Magic the Gathering? Yeah. Twisting the knife, I see. But also, like, that one friend who was he was big into Spider-Man, he liked Spider-Man, and he had read actually all of it. And I'm like, okay, give me the best Spider-Man. And he's like, it's probably this one, and then also this one, and you got to follow it in a weird way. And I'm like, all right, and I read it. And it was that moment that I decided Spider-Man is actually bad. Like, it's a terrible comic, and it's not an interesting hero at all. You either live in New York, or you don't like Spider-Man. Because it's, like, objectively bad. I don't like it. I hate it. I read the best Spider-Man, and I'm like, this sucks. Maybe if I lived in New York, I would like it more. It's like, what's that slightly better than McDonald's shit that California has, that they're like, it's so good? It's like the Culver's of California, and people are trying to tell you that it's like actually a great restaurant. And it's just like, yeah, it's better than McDonald's, you know, but it's just a different Culver's, right, in that space. In-N-Out Burger, yeah. And I really think they just say it's that good because it happens to be from California. And you know that Wisconsin has a long-standing hatred of California. One-sided, because California doesn't think about us at all and has never even heard of our state. But we hate California, especially the film people. Anyway, there's this air of it's from California and so it's good, and all the lesser states don't matter. But as I mentioned before, it is one-sided and unrequited. Like, we get in the elevator and we're like, we fucking hate California, and also fuck LA. And you're like a dairy state, but our dairy's better, blah blah. And then California's like, I don't think about you at all. It really is that. Texas Whataburger mogs the shit out of In-N-Out. Well, that's true. You know, I have no great love for Texas. But that's actually because I don't know that I have an opinion on Texas, really. I don't know. They're big and cool. The state's huge. I like that. I respect the state's bigness. They like big meat, and so I feel a certain kinship to them over that. But I don't know if there's like great love or great hate. It's just like, yeah, they're one of our huge states. And their infrastructure fucking sucks, and it's worth making fun of. But they have a culture of big meat, and that's sweet. And plus, Tex-Mex is delicious. So I'll give it up. Buddy, everyone in California hates LA. LA hates LA. Well, that's probably true. I've been there exactly once. So. And it involved sitting in a semi-truck in their traffic, trying to get to the fucking convention center and then back up for a quarter mile through it, because it's how you had to enter it because of construction. And then seeing the most homeless people I've ever seen in my entire life, and I used to live in Guadalupe. Place fucking sucks. Everything's crazy expensive. And the state is being run by real life Patrick Bateman, who, and I don't have many good things to say about him, he appears to hate homeless people even more than I do, that's a plus. So I'll say that. Good work there. Patrick Bateman without the charm or warmth. Yeah, he doesn't have because a big thing about Bateman was how he was masking and pretending to be a human the whole time. And Newsom doesn't try to do that. He just has the look, that's it. Why do you hate the homeless? I don't know what the redeeming quality of them could be. They're dangerous to be around. Commit crimes constantly. Smell horrible. Drain on society, right? Walking past them, you don't know if you're going to get stabbed or not. Or robbed or whatever. Just not generally a person you ever want to interact with on purpose, right? It may or may not be their fault, but I kind of don't care. Like, if I'm currently being stabbed, it's sort of like irrelevant whether they have a sob story reason for eventually stabbing me. I'm like, don't do that. And don't worry, I have the pass, okay? I used to be homeless myself. In the mid 2000s. I lived under a bridge in Tempe and also in a car behind a Jack in the Box. And then eventually couch surfing. Shit fucking sucked. All the other homeless people were the worst people, just the worst people in every measurable way. It was not a movie. It was not like, oh, you know, just down on their luck and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe some of them potentially. But it's just dangerous and horrible. And you don't want to be there. Doesn't mean you don't want to reach a hand out to give them a help up if that's going to fix it. But a lot of them really, really don't want to be fixed or helped. The problem goes that deep, okay? And it's not all drugs, but it's a lot of drugs. When I was looking for an apartment to move into, I made sure to look for ones that did not allow pets and would not be near homeless people. Because I don't wish to be. That's dangerous. Don't like it. Finally, someone brave enough to say it. How did you end up homeless unless it's too private? No, it's just like a... I don't know. It's just there's a super long, shitty story. I guess I'll try to keep it positive and maybe private. It's nothing like drugs or anything like that. Although I was an alcoholic for a little while, but I didn't much care for it. I don't think it's a good decision. But that was way before. That was way before that. Look, almost anyone can become homeless. And sometimes it's not even their fault. Although, truly, it almost always is. But it doesn't have to be. You can't do 100%, right? You know, the whole "it could happen to you" thing. The real kicker generally is anyone can fall on random really hard times. If you don't have a family structure at all, then you're going to be homeless probably. And if you do, you're probably not. Which is why family structures are pretty important. You don't choose who your parents are. So, there's that too. But yeah, I probably won't get into it. It's understandable to have empathy for the homeless in their situation while also understanding that they are fucked up and dangerous. Yeah. And I think the glazing is detrimental to the whole thing. And the solutions that arise from that understanding are generally like super wrong-headed and won't work. I can't remember the statistic, but it's like California spent something like $30,000 per homeless person in funds to like help homeless people. Like if you do the math, the amount they've spent in a certain amount of time equated to roughly $30,000 per homeless person, right? And homelessness in that time increased. This isn't a don't do it. This is a maybe your understanding of the problem is wrong. I don't think I have empathy for them. I have sympathy for them. That it really sucks, you know, but also they're really fucked up and dangerous to themselves and others. And they're so fucked up on average that ways that you would think would help them actually don't. And a lot of times make it worse. A really simple example is like, oh, we'll just give them a place to stay. Okay. And so they will sell access to that place you gave them to other people for drug money. Or we'll just give them money. Okay, they'll buy drugs with it. A lot of times you have really righteous goals, but then the thing you plan on doing actually ends up making it worse. You were trying to do something good, but you made it worse. My thing is, if you see that that makes it worse, from that moment on, you are now immoral for trying to do the thing that clearly doesn't work. Like, you do get brownie points for trying to do a good thing, but you don't anymore if that thing is proven to not work and in fact make it worse. So anyway, rent control in New York. The fix is just not to have homeless people. Yeah, true. Well, apparently the fix is just busing them to some other state and dropping them off. Which is sort of like the way we fix garbage and recycling. Hey, we reduce, reuse, recycle. You know, we're really green here. Oh, what do? Oh, we just ship all of our garbage to some other country. And so now it's their garbage instead of ours. Oh, okay. So is that a good solution? Is that good? Leave it to the EverQuest stream to start talking politics. Political streamer. Holy. I gotta turn my cam on just so you guys can see the empty chair while I'm going to get cereal and uncritically watching some propaganda slop video from BreadTube. It's like it's really 2018 again. Whiskey Lima, thanks for the 350 double turns. 3 stream watch streak. Hell yeah. Well, if anyone has any questions about homelessness or EverQuest or Morrowind, the mic is open. I'm going to start yapping about tier lists and stuff pretty soon because it's kind of on my mind and helping people choose combos. I think, unfortunately, one of the big hurdles to get over and one of the things new players really are going to have to wrestle with that they are not helped with by default. Everything else you can kind of learn for yourself. But the locking in your primary class thing, you can't change that till 50. That's a huge potential early game problem for somebody who doesn't know anything. And what kind of stuff you're going to need in your combo. Every person who's like kind of new to it, I look at their builds and I'm like, okay, this is I see why you would pick that because it looks fun. You're trying to have too much fun, which is a problem. You can't have too much fun. It's EverQuest, okay? People are like, I'm going to play triple DPS, and one of those DPS classes has the tiniest, worst heal you've ever seen in your life. Is this good? No. If you enter combat and count to 10, you're going to need to heal yourself. For real? And if your build can't do that, that's a huge problem. You really are, I really do advise to, in general, start with a real tank class. Like, look at all the tank classes and pick one. Then look at all the healers and pick one. Then look at all the DPS and pick one. You can make other stuff work. But I almost would be like, maybe try that as your second character. Or the character that you play that you group with. Like, this is your loadout when you have a group of people to play with, or something like that. You always remember walking down New York City, turning a corner, and there's a homeless guy just explosive shitting against the wall of a building. Did you see it? Whoa. Damn. Against the wall in this red circle. Yeah. Jesus. Morrowind doesn't need to be questioned. It's the best Elder Scrolls game. You'll take no questions. Submit your complaints to the ditch you're digging. No, you're right. That's true. I wonder if Skyrim is better than Oblivion. Even. I'm wondering about that. Morrowind is the best one, for sure. But I'm not sure what's second place. Skyrim has sold the best. And the numbers it got were the highest on review sites and stuff, but I've never paid much attention to those, nor should you. I don't know. Because I was really disappointed in Oblivion when it came out. But maybe it's aged better, I'm not sure. Oblivion does have Patrick Stewart, and they wasted so much of their budget on that, but hey, alright. Oh, I should have dropped the guy, now I don't get XP. If you charm a creature, you do have to drop it before it dies, otherwise you won't get XP for it. I was too busy yapping. My bad. Oblivion has aged, that's for certain. Horse armor meme, yeah. And Oblivion was one of the first, it wasn't, but it was one of the first well-known popularized games to do all of the creatures level up and scale with you in an RPG. And it was weird because that was one of the most panned features, like everyone agreed that that was terrible. And then video game devs at the time were like, wait, hold on. This is actually great. Because we could just write an algorithm. And then the level of everything is appropriate. And they were, like, wrong because that's bad. But it's easier to do. And, you know, many industries have a long history of, we'll choose the easier thing to do even if it's worse. How did you escape being homeless? If it's not too much of a sensitive question. No, it's fine. I got a job. Long story short, I got myself a job. Taking showers in like truck stop bathrooms and stuff. In sinks and things like that. Eventually living in a car for a little while. But just I got a job and then I made money. And then I got an apartment. Split between a million people and really shitty and found it on Craigslist. And then I, made more money and I got a different apartment. And then I got a different job and so on and so forth. Yeah. I got what is known as a job, which is the path. That's the path out. If you're so fucked up you can't get or keep a job, that's where the system kind of breaks down for you. And I don't actually even know a good way to solve that. I was lucky in that the reason I was homeless wasn't because, I got my legs blown off or, I had crippling drug addictions or something like that, or like crazy mental problems that I should be getting pills for, but I don't have the pills anymore. And now I've become a lol cow and I make Temple OS or something like that. Like, luckily I was just in general like a normal person who got really unlucky in a series of fucked up situations. But besides that, I was like fairly normal. And so I'm like, well, I could get a job though. And I eventually did. And then that's it. Yeah. You should see the great Swagliacci. That would help you out. But doctor, I am Swagliacci. I got to get my endurance back. I've run out of endurance. Smoldering Brand. This used to be such a good twink weapon. Combat effect burn. Hell yeah, I'll take it. If you get an item that has a cool combat effect, if you level that item up to 4. Wait, combat effect? I think focus effect is 3 and combat effect is 4. And level this up to 4. And then you can grab this burn proc. You can take it out of this weapon and put it into your weapon that you're using, as long as it's the same kind. Like one-handed blunt in this respect. And there you go. You can steal the procs from good weapons and put them on better ones. It's kind of cool. Kind of a neat thing. That job I got, by the way, categorically, unquestionably, the worst job I've ever had. Just the worst job ever. I hated every second of it. It caused headaches and migraines constantly, so I was in pain all the time. It was a terrible job. And yet, it was a job. And that's what you got to do. You just got to get a job. And from there, the American dream can take you off, and eventually you're a 2D VTuber with 2 frames of animation. All right, endurance is fully back. We'll charm this right guy, make him our friend, have him attack his friend. You guys can fight for a little while I chill here. Eventually you'll pull aggro off of your pet. It's pretty easy too. But, taking a little damage, not bad. Less I have to chew through later. With 17 Twitch viewers and 21 on YouTube, hell yeah. And if AOS was good, it would be 100. So that's big, dude. 5th edition, can't wait. What was the verdict on the dead ogre range? Nothing unexpected. Nothing unexpected. Well, actually, that's not true. I thought they would get rid of the Iron Blaster, but they didn't. So actually, it's kind of nice that we get to keep using the Iron Blaster for a little while, especially if it's the good War Scroll and not the bad one. Hopefully they use the soggy War Scroll, which was the whole point of beta testing those. And I think players liked the soggy one because it was fun. So I'm hoping to see that in the Battle Tome. If I don't, they kind of should get their shit together because I thought that was the whole point. But, you know, we'll see. Hopefully it's fun. Hopefully it doesn't have once per game or once per turn army on it. So you could play 2 if you wanted to, if you felt like it. That would be cool. An ad has been pulled, so I'm going to take my current target who's at half life and charm him and then fight the guy at full life. And I'm charming the one at half life for no like particular reason. Oh, charm broke early. Sometimes the charm breaks early. You got to watch out for that. Anyway, fight that guy. Mostly I find it pleasing when charm's about to run out and then you could just finish the guy off and get your experience. It doesn't matter too much one way or the other, but it's kind of nice. Fire Emerald, that's money. Every RPG... Sorry, I haven't read these in a little bit. Every RPG player needs the experience of wandering into the wrong area and having a crab beat the wheels off you for your hubris. Yeah, I think that's cool. I like handmade, handcrafted video game areas. It's easier to paint with a giant brush that just creates terrain, and then you have an algorithm that figures out what level stats everything should have and where enemies should just be, and you just kind of press a button and it happens. But I prefer a tailored experience. Go here, then here, then here. A little treasure chest at the end, you know, and a cove put there by a person with intent. Go back to the newbie area for some quest-related reason and see how far you've come, you know? As opposed to, like, Diablo, where you go back and the rats are level 100, because you are. Looks like we're going to make 48 pretty soon. I'm in the hole right now, which is off of Paniel. Old Erudin. Charm this guy. Send him after his friend. His friend is a Shadow Knight, so he'll take the Harm Touch. There it is. That explosion there. Back when Harm Touch was serious, that was a bigger deal, but Harm Touch is pretty nerfed on EQL, so it doesn't even do that good of damage, which is unfortunate because for once in the history of the universe, Shadow Knight might actually be worse than Paladin, which feels crazy to say, but it might even be almost true. Charm broke early. We're going to recharm this guy. There he is. He's our friend again. Continue hitting your old friend. Start up the melody again. I love FromSoft. I'm gonna creep. I really don't. I'm happy they exist, and I appreciate what Miyazaki does. We need more people like him in the video game industry. And we need more IPs that are just, like, successful. Sort of the Robert Rodriguez style of video game making, where the pitch is you offer me $12 million and you request that I make you $30 million. And my counter is I'll make your movie for 7 instead of 12, right? So I don't need the budget you've allotted me, but it'll make the same amount on the back end. So you're essentially investing less and making the same amount. And in exchange for that, you absolutely positively fuck off and don't talk to me ever again until the movie is in the theater and I get final cut. And if you prove yourself that that's what you do, then people are amenable to that. And then you maybe kind of ruin your entire career by pissing off the Directors Guild for split credits and some other stuff. And things taper off and you start making kids' movies. But we're not talking about that part. Anyway, the point is, like a gunslinger director, which is what I consider Miyazaki to kind of be, even though he's under giant China corporation now or something like that, which is, I'm going to do my own thing. My games will make you money, and they'll make you the type of money that you're looking for. But we don't need the triplest of AAA money to do it. And so you let me be the auteur that I am and get your guys in suits with the worst ideas ever. Keep them out of my face and fuck off for life. And just let me make my little niche games over here. That sometimes send the entire industry into a death spiral of fake, failed copycat stuff. But that's whatever. I'm doing my thing, right? So I like that. But then again, I also like the one guy made this meme, right? Even though that's not the case. But the one auteur in charge, I like that. I like that too. For all the shit that we give Kojima. It makes for a much more interesting ecosystem when there are people like that. What I really like about Souls stuff is the art direction is incredible, and it tapped into a type of art look and feel and aesthetic that hadn't really been explored much in the medium before then, and I appreciate that. As for the games, I never really liked them that much. But I was never really a console gamer anyway, and they're like made for consoles and the controls are bad on purpose. It's like, look, the game is hard and we made the controls terrible on purpose so that you would like get good at them then, and that's part of the difficulty, and I appreciate that in a certain respect, but I don't want to play it. I like that they reward knowledge. Rather, they don't reward knowledge, they punish ignorance, which is a very Japanese thing. And I appreciate that as well. I just don't think the gameplay was any good. But it's not my type of game. All that to say that I appreciate that they exist and I'm happy for them. But I would much rather just watch a speedrun than play any of the games. Oh, and the music is fantastic. Positively fantastic music. And I'm thinking of particularly Bloodborne here and some Elden Ring stuff and other stuff here and there. But to me, like, maybe the peak was Bloodborne. Fantastic music. Notice how I found a little place here in this one little half-moon area on the map over here. You probably, maybe you can't see it because of the ogre. But then if I zoom out, like, there's a lot to this map. And I'm just here in this little area farming these little guys. But these are the number of guys that I can kill in an amount of time for the next the first one that I killed a while ago to have respawned. And so in this way, you create a little constantly respawning area. This is like really simple. But part of the joy of EverQuest is that it is kind of simple. Well, the loops are simple. All of the systems and information are like needlessly complicated. But they're only needlessly complicated appearing. They're like surface level needlessly complicated, but then when you kind of ruffle through it all, it's pretty simple. Which isn't always necessarily the case. I'm kind of thinking about the things that you really need for combos. Oh yeah, I was talking about combos 45 minutes ago. Remember when I was saying there's like 2 different things you gotta worry about when you're playing? But the more you think about it, there's more of that. Actually running low on the tiniest motes, so maybe I'll just combine these. No, I'll wait. I'll give her a wait. Let some of this endurance come back. So leveling is one thing, and then there's bossing. It's like, largely speaking, there's... I think how can we narrow this down? There's 3 things that you do in EverQuest. There's leveling, which is indistinguishable from grinding. Okay, there's grinding, which is how you level. Which is just killing a bunch of monsters over and over. Often in groups if you can manage to do that. And then there's target farming. And then there's bossing. Those are the 3 things you do. And I think a lot of builds will be good at grinding. And then it will come time till, oh, it's time to fight a boss. And they'll be like, I actually can't do this at all. Like, I'm stuck. I'm level 42. And I'm trying to do my first, like, D2 or D4 boss. And I literally don't have the requirements. I don't have the abilities to do this at all. And I've hit a wall, and now I'm like reevaluating my whole life. And so I don't want people to have that experience. And then there's target farming. So the thing with grinding is, oh, you get some AoE, you make sure you have some damage. You definitely need 2 stuns, or very helpful to be able to interrupt monsters casting, especially in groups, especially in higher difficulties where things have more than 1 class, is you're going to pull 3 monsters, and one of them is a magician shaman, and the other one is a Shadow Knight cleric, and the other one is a druid monk. And you have 3 monsters you're fighting, and all of them are casting heals on each other at the same time. What do? Fight them for 25 minutes until their mana is gone? That's not a very efficient grind, right? So you need something to do to stop that from happening. And you need to find a build that has an equilibrium to it that doesn't have to, like, stop constantly and get all their mana back and things like that. And then there's bosses, which bossing in EverQuest is it's an efficiency simulator. This is where the spreadsheets come in. You're not fighting the boss's life bar. You're fighting the boss's mana bar. The fight takes a very long time, and the way you do it is you fight the boss and you just survive whilst using the most efficient, fewest resources possible until their mana bar is gone and they can no longer cast spells. And then you finish it off. So that's like how you fight bosses in EverQuest. You weather the storm and win the resource battle until they have no mana left. And then you just kill them from 70% to 0 when they can't heal or cast stuff anymore. And that's essentially how you fight bosses. you waste or let them cast or drain or do whatever until their mana is gone, and then you kill them. And then there's target farming. And target farming is you enter lower Guk, right? And remember when I showed that picture of the entire map of this place? I might die here. Too much has respawned. Perhaps. Well, we'll see. Luckily, I have a pet. Oh, he's Ulrich the Devout, too. This is a problem for me. Well, let's switch to evasive stance, so I dodge everything. Heal myself to full. And we'll maintain the pet for as long as we can. Unfortunately, I have Negation of Life has been cast on me, so all of my heals work for like half effect. Which is an issue. And I keep getting summoned by this guy because he has the summoning mechanic. 24 seconds left on the charm, which is just broken early. So we'll recharm the white monster, have him fight the blue one. No, never mind, we're good. Alright, blasted him, and then we'll fight this guy. I still have about 40% of my mana, so I think we'll be perfectly fine. I should have rebuffed myself. Most of my buffs have worn off. But anyways, I was talking about target farming. You enter Lower Guk and you could fight your way through literally 100 like multi-classed monsters for the next 45 minutes to get to the very end of the final area of the zone that has the named unique that you're trying to kill to get the drop that you want. Or you could cast invisibility to undead on yourself, run past all of them in 2 minutes, and then be right next to the boss for you to kill him over and over and get your item. And so target farming involves having utility to be able to save you time. And so having a build that has stuff that allows you to skip an hour of trash is very good for time management. That's why I include target farming in my nice to have / requirements or whatever, what have you. Ooh. Bunch of saves. Saves are good. Might use it. It gets a little higher level. Okay, and the one back here hasn't respawned yet, so we'll move to this area, I think. Speaking of invisibility to undead, cast it. And so abilities like having invisibility to run past an entire dungeon worth of creatures, or invisibility versus undead to do that for undead ones, or having feign death to maybe run past stuff and then just feign death and wait for it to reset. Or having teleports, any number of, or illusions to make yourself, ooh, I need to get into Freeport and do a quest, but I'm an ogre. And ogres are killed on sight in Freeport. Well, if I'm an enchanter, I can cast human illusion on myself, and then I look like a human, and so none of them attack me, and I can just do the quest. Instead of grind human faction for 3 hours, turning in like Death Fist slashed belts or something as a quest. I'm going to be a little unsafe here and try to rebuff before the respawns. If something attacks me, it'll be a really embarrassing fight because I won't have any of my attack abilities or songs up. But I do need the quick buff. Another good use of quick buff. Being able to do that really quickly. Very useful. And then I'll put Invis back up. Till my mana comes back. Looks like we did it. We're safe. So anyway, those are like the 3 things you should really be thinking about. Having your combo be good at grinding. That is to say, doing a bunch of damage to a bunch of creatures all at the same time if you're trying to AoE, or one after another in rapid succession without draining too much of your resources in doing so. And then the second thing is bossing, which is having enough staying power and regen to outlive a boss's attacks for so long that they run out of mana before you do, and then just finishing them off, which is typically how you fight bosses, unless you viciously outgear and outlevel the boss, which can happen eventually. But you can't outlevel D4 planar bosses because they're level 60 and you're level 50, and 50 is the cap. So you will need to do that. And then the third is target farming, which requires you, or it would be nice to have, a bunch of utility, like various types of invisibility and feign death and all that kind of stuff. And those are, I think, the 3 boxes you have to check for your combo to be nice. If you're only good at grinding, then you're going to get to a decent level, and then it comes time to play the quote-unquote real game, which is bossing and target farming, and you're like, okay, I can't kill bosses because they just destroy me, and I run out of mana before they do. Or I run out of life before anything can happen. Or your target farming is really annoying because you're fighting monsters for 45 minutes to get to the end point that somebody else just invised themselves and ran past. Anyway, I'll finally get to Solid Gobi's question, which I saw there for a while. 2 questions. Can I be a filthy casual? Yes. That's what this game is for. This game is for boomers who are tired of being sweaty and want to play an old game that's simple and has a nice vibes-based rotation to it, a nice gameplay loop, and you just kind of, you know, get lost in the flow state of the grind, which is fun. To those who find that fun, which I do. And you get to play in an early version of an MMO that lets you do things that's probably not okay. Like just invisibling past an entire dungeon and then just killing the boss over and over every 5 minutes in his final room. Or charming almost any NPC and just having it be on your side now and have it fight its friends. Even bards get to do that. Like this. Oh, charm that guy and they'll have him fight his friend after he casts a spell. And so that's funny. Technically, charm is like a DPS spell, because now this guy's doing damage. And then if this guy gets too low, I just dismiss him and do the last 5% of his life. You get full XP. Great. Not bad. Second part of your question. How can I be a Shadow Knight troll? I want to relive your life as a 14 or a 12-year-old. Yeah. Troll, I think, is pretty hard to unlock, so I would start as a troll. I don't know how those things are going to be changing. They probably are, but you can start as a troll Shadow Knight. That is a perfectly legit normal class for them. So you could just begin like that. For the first 10 levels, everything levels up at the same time. So you'll have, at level 10, you will be a level 10 every class. You get 2 classes to start, and at level 11, you lock in your primary class forever, and then you choose 2 others, and those 2 others you can exchange them out whenever you want. And there you go. You got yourself a Troll Shadow Knight plus 2 other classes, because you got that 3 3-class combo to allow having soloing be even possible, because it's sort of a solo game, although there is grouping. Speaking of target farming, you're getting excited for this new Grim Dawn expansion. Oh shit, here it is. It's an older game, sir, but I'm told it's good. You're honestly surprised you're not playing an ogre. Yeah, ogres are great in EverQuest. Arguably the best race. But there is a giant asterisk at the end of that. Ooh, strategy 240, let's go. Ogres have frontal stun immunity, which is really, really good. You want that. Becoming stun immune is like one of the first things your character is going to want to do. Because normal creatures, when they attack you, they just have a chance of stunning you, which interrupts your spellcasts, it interrupts your songs. It stops you from being able to defend yourself with parry and dodge and stuff for a little while. And when you're fighting multiple monsters at the same time, which you do constantly, they're all going to be stunning you constantly. And so stopping yourself from being stunned is one of the first things you should do. Ogres have that from the front, and anybody has that in the general tab of your AAs, Steadfast Will. Depending on your class, you have either 6 ranks of this or 8. Wizards and stuff have only 6 ranks of it, which gives you 80%. And melee classes get up to 8, which is 100%. And instead of being just from the front, it's any angle. So being an ogre, essentially, saves you a bunch of AA. And saving yourself from spending AA on that stuff is good. You want to spend it elsewhere, it makes sense. It being only from the front is their balancing thing, and in any case, the AA, this AA Steadfast Will, and also the ogre thing, is only physical. So like, stunning fist, or the random chance of you getting stunned from melee attacks. It's only that. There are spells that can stun you as well, and there's no defense against those. Those just work. And the AA will not help you, and being an ogre will not help you. And the spellcasters in this game absolutely spam the fuck out of their stun spells. Wizards in particular, wizards and clerics, just non-stop cast their stun spells all the time. And the fact that enemy monsters get multiple classes as well, not just you, in higher difficulties, it means that if you pull a group of 3 things, they're all probably spamming either heals or stuns on you forever, and it's super fucking annoying. But you probably couldn't die ever unless that happened, or unless that was a possibility, so I guess fair enough. But it is annoying. You're gonna have to learn to live with it. Yeah. The other downside to ogres is they're fucking huge. Now this is awesome, because they're big and around, in a way that, you know, ogres aren't always that big and round. They are massive. But the problem with that is this is a 3-dimensional physical world, right? Wow. You're so big and round, you cannot fit through a lot of doors, and the ceilings are too short for you a lot of the times. In real dungeons and real areas that you're going to be playing in constantly, you physically can't fit in a way that's super aggravating. Now, there's a way to fix this, and that's by getting the shrink spell, or an item that has a right-click shrink spell-like ability on it. And that is a way to fix that. But it means you got to go get that thing and then always be casting that spell to shrink yourself. And then you're tiny. And being tiny isn't very ogre-like, because you're small now. Resisted. Oh no. But yeah, if you're trying to, probably in the release, being an ogre right away is probably a good idea, because ogre is one of the difficult races to unlock, and having frontal stun immunity means that you can probably put off spending all those AAs on stun immunity for a long time, which means you can get to the good stuff faster, which is very nice. The downside to Ogre is you have almost no classes you can start with. They have one of the smallest class pools in the whole game. It's like Warrior, let's see, Warrior, Shaman, Shadow Knight, Berserker. That might be it. It might be only those 4. I might be forgetting one. But it's like you have a very limited choice in primary class, which could be a problem for you. Now, eventually, you can be any race and any class, because you can unlock all that stuff by playing the game. But it might mean if you don't want to be a Warrior, Shadow Knight, Berserker, or Shaman as your primary, then you might have a problem starting out as Ogre. But I think that's still fine. Like, you start out as Ogre, your first 10 levels are every class anyway, that's whatever. And then maybe you unlock Human. Because maybe it's like not that hard to unlock Human, I haven't looked it up. Or some other race that can be like a million classes. So you unlock Human, you swap to it, then you make your primary Bard or something. And then since you already unlocked Ogre, you lock it in 11 and then just swap back to it. Maybe that works. Anyway, I'm thinking out loud with that. I have to... Sound of Force 2 just casts too slowly. I think it has to be... It's got to be Holy Might. I think we use the Cleric one here. It has a longer cooldown, sure, but... Even in inversion stance, it's hard to get Force. It's hard to get that in underneath their casts when it's such a slow cast. There isn't any, like, actual counterspell in this game. They didn't have the technology for it. You just stun stuff, and the stun interrupts their cast. And a bunch of classes get stuns in various ways. Most healers get at least 1 stun. I think druids get only 1 stun. There might be 2 way later on, but I think it's only 1. 1 line, right, of stuns. Clerics get 3, which is nuts. They get a bunch of stuns. It's very good. I'm not sure what Shaman get. I think they get at least I think every healer gets a stun at least. To interrupt stuff. Interruptus. I am going to invis undead myself. And stand in the spot of the most recently procced creature here. We'll do Force. You can see if you are invisible because it's got brackets. Notice these brackets here. The harsh brackets are invis to undead, and the parentheticals are normal invis, and that's how you can see that. I'm going to get a drink. Be right back. Poof. I've returned. Let's charm the man. Send him off. Hey, fight that shit. For a little while. Get double harm touched as well. And then you two can fight and us two will fight and everything's fair. And I just gotta make sure I click leave before he gets himself killed. It looks like he's taking a decent amount of damage too. Start up the melody. The way class balance feels, at least once I got a taste of boss fights, like real boss fights. Also, when a creature is low, people will target him. Like, both of them are on him now, even though he hasn't done much to this guy. Because monster AI in this game, they're like sharks. They can smell blood in the water. When somebody gets low, they'll just pound him and kind of ignore... They'll kind of ignore a lot of aggro tables when somebody else is low. They'll just blast them. They're vicious, these NPCs. They do things that are toxic, that games kind of don't do anymore. Like in Plane of Fear, there's a golem that's just about immune to magic. And when you get it low, it runs away. And by runs away, I mean like sprints away. It runs faster than you do. And it runs in a wild pattern, trying to gather up as many other creatures as possible to come back and kill you. And you can't really slow it or root it because it's kind of immune to magic. You just gotta fucking destroy it when it gets low. And it's extremely toxic. But you are in the plane of hate. Like the plane is called the plane of hate. So, I mean, it kind of fits. Hey, alright, you know. Is there Kunark? No. We're starting pure classic, and Kunark is going to be the first, like, big end-of-year patch thing. There's a giant content patch that's supposed to drop with release, and then a month after release, there's a giant... They're actually adding a bunch of shit to the game, supposedly, according to the... what's that thing they call roadmap? Yeah, according to the roadmap. There's a lot still to add. Kind of exciting. Most people, when they think of old school EverQuest, they are actually thinking of the base game plus Kunark. That's when the epics get added. That's when the leveling zones get mostly like fixed to be a smooth experience instead of sitting in lower Guck forever from 45 to 50 or going in the hole like where I am and grinding reds for 5 levels that have way too many hit points. Like, there just isn't a proper place to level from 45 to 50 in general unless you're over-geared for everything. And Kunark just smooths that over and fixes everything and adds epics and one of the cooler races, which is Ixar. Everybody likes those. It's just good shit. So I am already having a lot of fun, even though I'm in the slow leveling area between 45 and 50, where you're just fighting infinite hit points, holes creatures for the last 3 levels or so, but whatever. Charm makes it quite a bit easier. Oh, one thing you really don't have to worry about for your combo that I was concerned you might, you don't have to worry about this so far, or as much, is like cleanses and decurses and poison and disease removal stuff. Yeah, that is going to become a massive issue later, but at least in the grinding phase, you don't have to worry about that. In the classic game, you go to Unrest, and like a a diseased beetle bites you one time and you get a disease that stops you from regenning your health, even out of combat, you can't regen your health for like 2 hours until that disease runs its course. And if you don't have a spell that gets rid of the disease, you're just fucked forever. Like it's heinous. In this version of the game, if you get a debuff on you, like I'll let this one land. Never mind, I resisted it. I'll let this one land. I resisted it again. Based. Okay. Actually awesome. Normally that's good. Anyway, I was going to let her cast Shadow Vortex on me. There we go. Negation of life, this thing. Negation of life decreases my ability to be healed by 30% and does damage over time to me. So if I heal myself, I kind of have a Mortal Strike debuff on me now. And it lasts for a minute, and normally that sucks. But if I just kill this creature, all of their debuffs on me disappear. So the answer to having a million debuffs on you is simply kill the creature, and then they all go away. Which is super, super quality of life, obviously, for grinding. Now, against the boss that's going to put Turgor's Insects on you and make you attack slower, you know, you're going to be fighting that boss for a long time, so it doesn't help there. And that's where decurses and disease cleanses and stuff really matter. But at least in the grinding phase, it's not, oh, I have a 2-hour poison on me that means I can't get mana back ever or something like that. At least we're out of that. We're out of those weeds. Like it died, and then look, all its debuffs are gone. What's the trick to bosses? It's like the best. What's the best bosser class to add to your 3-card combo? Maybe unfortunately, there's only one answer. Okay, there is a bunch of answers, but there's one above all. Hey, speaking of comics, there's the one above all answer to that. And as Jesplux mentioned as a first-time chatter, Paladin is a great choice. I think it's one of the best additions to any combo if you're going to fight bosses. But I would put Paladin in the A tier. There is one S tier, and that is Shaman. The difference between putting the 70%, which I think is capped at 60, putting a 60% slow on a boss is so insane. And even something like I'm a bard, and my slow is like 30% or something like that. Which means that if I have a 30% slow on the boss, and I could have had a 60, the boss is hitting me twice as often. I'm taking double damage. It's just so important to have the best slow. Like Shaman, Enchanter slow isn't as good as Shaman, but it's still better than anybody else's, so maybe we'll put Enchanter at something in there. Paladin is of course really good because if it's duct taped to a Berserker, you get a few lay on hands per fight, depending on how good your other gear is. You can expect probably 2 lay on hands in any given fight, maybe even 3 if you're kind of under geared. And that is a big deal. Smite is really good. Got a bunch of stuns, and with cease and desist. Because remember, in the grinding phase of the game, it pays to have like 2 stuns on different cooldowns to be able to stop creatures from putting Mortal Strike effects on you or healing each other or something like that. It's extremely useful. Your spells suffer, for sure. Like, Paladin spells, besides Cease and Desist, are kind of bad. To the point that, yeah, you get Spellblade, but even if Spellblade was good, and I don't think it is, but it could be amazing if the numbers were different. But you don't even have a good spell to put on there as a Paladin. Like, you need some other class. You gotta steal some other class's thing to have a decent spell to put into Spellblade. Now, luckily, well, maybe unluckily, depending on how you consider it, Spellblade sucks, and Inversion is just strictly superior. And you're just not going to be using Spellblade, probably. If they change stuff, maybe you do someday. I know people used to use it, and then the proc rate got lowered, and it just never happens. It just doesn't proc enough. It procs like once a minute, possibly even twice a minute. It's just incredibly infrequent, to the point that you just want to use Inversion anyway. You're going to want to be using Inversion, or you're going to want to be using Inversion so you can get your stuns off fast enough to stun stuff anyway. So, maybe it's water under the bridge, because Inversion is fun gameplay too. You hear that its proc rate is based off of your max mana pool compared to the spell. Yes, that is true. I think a dev said that on one of their live streams. It does not care about dexterity, which you think it might, but it's its own special thing, so it's fine if it's different, right? I love how I'm throwing little bags. Like, there's no graphic for a throwing boulder, and so I'm just throwing bags. It's funny. Anyway, yeah, it is based off of your maximum mana pool compared to the spell. And you just, either you don't have enough mana for it to proc enough that you want it to in any build you would normally want to play a Paladin in, or it's undertuned anyway, and that's an exacerbating factor. It's either one or both of those two things. But to me, it would have to proc like 800% more for me to consider it over Inversion. But anyway, I don't think it's like too big of a deal. Just because Inversion is also fun and cool, and synergizes with all the things you want it to anyway. But I do admit there's an allure to Spellblade. Just the concept of it is so cool. The Mage Knight, you know. When you first read about the ability, I'm sure it was me, and maybe somebody else could have as well, but like, you read it and you're like, damn, dude, I want to play a Paladin Wizard and proc Ice Comets. Like, that would be so sick. But nah, sometimes the memes really are just memes and not actually good. We auto sell these. Can I have a friend? Are you friend shaped? You are. Hey, attack that guy. Take the death touch for me. Badoosh. Yeah, cast Dooming Darkness on him. There we go. There it is. There was the explosion of death touch. And we start the melody. Ooh, he bashed. Dude, he interrupted her cast? Eat shit. Teabag to the face of the giants throwing boulders. There's layers to this, yeah. I got him up to +8, and that was from doing Lord Nagavan one time. So I see how people have +10 boulders. It's because they did Nagi like twice. And you're gonna have +10 boulders after that, and you're gonna like it. But they're kind of funny. You're only level 13 right now, says Rack then. With the wipe, you don't see the point in grinding much, but yeah, Paladin seems so good. Yeah, I would only do a lot on the open beta if you're trying to like really test stuff. I can see a few things. One is like I just want a taste of the game to see if I will like it. And then you get yourself to like 15 or something. And you're like, yeah, this is cool. All right, I'll play it. And then you just fuck off for a while, which is completely legitimate. And then there's, I want to level a bunch of stuff to like 20 or 25 and then take something up to 40 maybe, or even 50 to get some routing in order. Like if you're trying to not sweat, because I don't think you even can sweat in a game like this, but you're like, okay, I want to be like a really efficient grinder right out the gate when the game comes out, so I'm going to see, oh, is Bard primary better than Cleric primary? Or what kind of race am I going to do? How does the leveling feel from 20 to 30 as this class combo? And you're just kind of like figuring out what your route is going to do. And the higher level you go, the more like planning you're caring about doing. Ooh, is lower Guck still good at 45 or should I move away? And what level will I unlock this song or blah, 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 right? Sort of like how you're preparing for like a league start in PoE. So you're seeing what it feels like to level up as a huntress or something. So you're kind of familiar with it at least. Like for instance, me, I've never played a bard. I just haven't played a bard before. I've enjoyed them in groups, and I've had bard bots in a team, but I've never like actually played a bard. And I'm like, oh, let's see how that is. I'll just level a bard to 50 in the open beta and see how fun that is. It's pretty fun. It's janky in a bunch of different ways. But it really is as good as people say. It's like cool. John EverQuest style class for sure. And then there's the third type of open beta player who is actually trying to test stuff and submit feedback. So either that is just leveling normally and playing the game and submitting feedback, or trying weird stuff to find things and then tell them about them. And that's like it's a cool and legitimate way to actually, like, they're trying to actually be a beta tester instead of just playing the game early, right? And then there's the fourth type, which you don't want to be. And the fourth type, let's make this guy into a friend if he's going to pull. Hello. Can you fight him? Thanks. TY. Anyway, and then there's the fourth type, which is, I can't wait to play EverQuest Live, so I'm going to just play EverQuest Live for a month, even though it's going to get wiped, and I'm just going to be really sad, and then the game's going to come out, and I'm going to do everything I just did all over again and kind of burn myself out. And you don't want to be that person. So if you're one of the first three, it's cool. Try to avoid being the fourth. It broke early. Sometimes charms be breaking early. Hey, become my friend again. Fight this guy. I had to interrupt my melody to do that. Dude, the skeleton, he's doing the slap, you know, the backhand, and then he's doing the haymaker. Dude, hitting him with the big country. They know it's coming, but they still get hit by it. Big country. The overhand right. Badoosh. Hit him with the chin music. A highlighted message. 42,000 double turns. Impossibly based. Well, what do you have to say? We're homing in on it. It's highlighted right here. I've been carefully farming points for perhaps a year for this flex, and now that it is finally here, I've wasted it explaining how long it took. Excellent choice, sir. Great use of the double turns. It was really one of the messages of all time. 42,000 double turns well spent. Hey, you know what, though? The next one, once you farm up those again, the next one you can put a real question when the chat is going too fast because there's too many people, you know, which only happens during AOS reveal events, to be honest. And then I'll be forced to read your comment, and there it is. But this was just the setup, okay? It was It was 6 months of grinding for the setup, and then the next 6 months we can get the payoff, the punchline. Good shit. Every time you say melody, you just start hearing Project Melody singing. Not exactly a singer. But she just did another Sewer Slut song, so that's nice. Anyway, melody is a macro here where you go /melody and then spell gem number in order, and I think you try to keep it to 4 of them, and then it just does those. It just casts those for you. And yeah, it can get interrupted sometimes, especially if you're stunned and you have to like shut it off to then cast a spell. So there is some downside to it, and you do need yourself a stop song macro because sometimes it fucks itself up and gets confused and starts casting and stopping them every millisecond. So you do need a stop song macro / stop song, and just put it somewhere. I use tilde. But you know, hey, all right. It's really useful. Bard is all about convenience through weird jank. This is the shot. In 6 months, we'll get the chaser. Hell yeah. Spell leveling changes have also been a wild game changer in many ways. You are right. Just blukes. I heard someone was charming level 55 mobs in Plane of Air and just wiping the floor with the bosses there. Yes. That's fine. Okay. I don't know the extent to which the floor was wiped with them, so I guess I should temper my language a little bit. But I think pets in general, and I'm not exaggerating here, are at least 300% too weak for the type of game they're trying to make here. So I don't, and also Charm is janky as fuck and gets resisted constantly and drops early constantly, and it's just in general very annoying, like extremely annoying to use all the time. So I don't know, give them something for it. Pets should be really strong in a game like this, and the fact that they're not this close to release is a concern, because to me it's like really obvious. You should have done that a long time ago. I haven't tried too much of the spell stuff yet, because most of the spell upgrades don't work on Bard songs, or they don't work in the way that you care about for Bard songs, so I haven't gotten an opportunity to really test it. I do have a wizard who's like 28 or something, because I wanted to get all the teleports. I got a wizard who's like 28, and I got a druid who's like 28 in this class combo. I'm not using it, but I wanted all the teleports, obviously, so in future I can test those out and see what it's like. Resistor. There we go, now you're my friend. Can you take the death touch from that guy real quick? Thanks. Nope, he's casting a spell first. He's blind. He's blind. There we go. Big fire means DT. Although, death touches in this game are fairly weak. Because they wanted to balance Shadow Knights, I think. So they made death touches pretty weak, and also NPCs get the same one, and maybe it would be too strong if NPCs had real death touches. That's probably true. I would probably split them and have the Shadow Knights one be good and have the NPC one be manageable instead, because it feels crazy to say this, but SKs could use a little bit of a buff. I know that's feels nuts. Maybe not a buff per se, but damn, their drains are not good, and their death touch feels like a really, really bad version of a Lay on Hands if you compare across classes. Maybe it's because maybe paladins are too good. That could be that too, but What if they fully import a Stonehorn in EverQuest? Hey, that fixes the pet problem, dude. Stonehorn, I'd ride it. I don't like mounts in EverQuest, but if they gave me a Stonehorn, I would have to. I would have to do it. The Honestorn. I wonder if at 48 I can now do the risky just fucking blast them Denon's thing, or if monsters in the hole just have too much life. Shall we try it? I mean, it's the beta. Let's try it. I'm gonna switch to the DDD, the 3D setup. Reds are probably... I'll kill this red first, maybe. I'll kill this red and then switch to DDD. And then pull like 4 yellows. And see if 3 of them will just murder them. Or if they have too much life and it's just not a viable option. Which I think might be the case, but we'll see. We'll test it. It does a shitload of damage. It does like 1,600 to everything, which is pretty good. But it absolutely plows through your mana bar. You can cast 3 of them, probably. Maybe 4 if you had an extra... Like, if you had 3 mana classes, you could probably cast 4. Now at 50 in planar gear, you get a whole bunch more mana, so who knows, but just to level with. Because it is pretty slow going. Obviously, my resource situation is immaculate. It costs almost nothing to do all of this. The only thing I really lose out on is endurance after 1,000,000 fights. And that's with Berserker Stance, which you can almost maintain forever-ish. Okay, so... What are we losing? So we get rid of Sword Dancing and put in Amplification for Singing Mastery. Take out Provocation and put in increased damage of direct damage spells. Got both of those, and then we'll take out Force 2, and we'll put in Denon's Desperate Dirge. And I could rebuff myself, I guess. Specifically with... What's that priest one? Blessing of Faith. There we go. Alright, let's see how Triple D works. Put it in Divine Stance because it costs 800, so it'll be healing us at the same time. And Evasive Stance, so I can actually dodge everything. And let's go. Now this group is going to have a named in it, which is kind of rough. Oh, 2 named. This might not work out. Well, let's try it. All right, got to get them all in a tiny group, and let's go. Badoosh. 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 Ooh, I can cast 3 of them. Almost. No, I can cast 2. Okay. And now there's a few left alive, and it's all the yellow ones. Switch over to recovery. And Berserker Stance. You could maybe do this. You can maybe do this, but I'm not sure. Let's charm that guy, fight this guy. So like the last amount, if I could do it 4 times, it would really tie the room together. But I kinda can't. Yeah, and he's got negation of life on me, so my healing sucks. And the cleanup phase is awkward. Okay, so with 3 of them, you can't quite. It will kill some stuff. But I just need more mana, probably. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. There. No. Big old heal. Big heal number 2. Big heal number 3. Okay. Back to recovery, and then we just fight this guy. 12 seconds left on the pet. Who is at low life, but that's fine. So now we're just gonna slowly tick away at this. It kind of works. Kind of works. Recharm you. Alright, keep fighting this guy. Extremely low on mana. Put that rune up. Just to save a little bit. And then we're chilling in recovery stance. I will switch to inversion to try to interrupt Mortal Strike effect. Anything else is fine. If he tries to heal himself, it's fine. Or put a dot on me, that's fine. Almost dead. 26 seconds left on the charm. And this group had 2 names, 2 named in it. Alright, drop charm on this guy, and he's pretty low, so we can just finish him off. Nice. Okay, it like kind of works. I wonder if it's faster overall to do that, even still. I killed a bunch of them at the same time. But now I'm going to have to, like, stop and wait for everything to come back. I guess I could time it. It would really depend, though. And I have to rebuff anyway. And the Ghost of Galonor did not pull. I guess it was only 1. It was actually only 1 named. Makes you wonder what kind of, like bard, druid, wizard, or bard, druid, enchanter, or bard, druid, shaman even, or something like that. Where you take druid for the crit bonus and shaman for like AoE slow, AoE mallow, and bard for DDD, and then just run in a giant circle over and over. Collect 5 monsters, debuff them twice, cast DDD 4 times. You might have 4 casts worth with 3 caster classes, and then just med to full. You're making like the ultimate build your own wizard kind of thing. You'd be stupendously useless on a boss because you probably just you can't do any damage. You can AoE stuff, that's cool, but and you have a slow with shaman even. But Druid nukes are not it. And Bard isn't exactly a damage class. So there's like... Then again, I guess you could do it. Don't really have a tank class either, but having a shaman is kind of like having a tank class. Because your slow is so good. I don't know. That would be a rough one in bossing, but it would be hilarious for AoE pulling, that's for sure. Alright, let's do it again. Divine Invocation, Evasive Stance. Two right here. Two outside. Let's just get 4. Ooh, that's not going to do it. Yeah, I need to cast the spell 4 or 5 times, and just can't. Yeah, okay. I mean, good try. If they were like whites, if they were like whites or something, it would probably work. Oh, that broke right away. Okay. When a 4th is pulled. All right. And we got negation of life, so I can't heal myself. I think I'm dead. This is where feign death would be really good, because you could save yourself from situations like this. I think we switch to inversion and go evasive stance. And then cast that. Oh, I think you have to be out of combat to cast that. Never mind. Can we do gate? No, I'm gonna run out of endurance before it works. Let's heal. Maybe I can at least kill Commander Yark first before I die. Nope. Ran out of endurance too quick. Alright, well, had to buff myself anyway. Alright, test failed. If you grouped up a bunch of blues, maybe even whites, you could probably cast Denons 3 times and blast them. But yellows and some names, no. In fact, kind of not even close, I don't think. Yeah, fission mailed. It was important to test, though. I wanted to see. Maybe because you have it, it would be worth finding a place with blues and whites instead of yellows and reds. And just group up 5 of them, absolutely blow them up, be at 0 mana, and then wait for your mana to come back to full. And then do it again. That's probably faster. I wonder if that's more XP per hour than fighting 2 yellows or 2 reds at the same time, but never ever stopping to have your mana come back, right? I wonder which one would be more efficient. The yellows and reds are technically better to be fighting because yellows and reds have a higher chance of dropping motes. So these motes of potential that are used to upgrade your gear and spells, those things have a drop chance based on how much higher level the monster is than you, I'm pretty sure. And they might not even drop at all or have a very, very low chance if you're fighting blues the whole time. In normal EverQuest, in typical EverQuest, you're always fighting blues or even light blues because everything else just fucks you up. But since it's a solo server, that's not the case any longer. At 48, did I finally unlock? All right, we got the same symbol, the same pro, we got resolution still. Oh, at 48, I finally unlocked Blessing of the Lord Commander. This cleric line is so good. It costs 1,250 mana. Jesus Christ. Covers your target's hands in glowing aura that causes their strikes against enemies to heal them for 6. This is huge. I mean, every time I hit my opponent, I heal for 6, which is a synergy with Berserker Stance, because every time you hit somebody, you take damage. And so the blessing line of Cleric perfectly undoes the damage that you take to yourself from Berserker Stance. And so insofar as that, it is a combo. Quick buff myself, which might reduce my mana to actually 0. We'll see. Oof. Okay, it's still technically there. Almost all of it gone. All right. Let's switch over to grind. Although, what other spells do we get at 48? Anything good? Possibly no, but let's see. Regen. Shield Voids. Oh, improved invisibility versus undead, 48. Big. Invisible to most creatures for 10 minutes. And it's even better than the normal one. That's great. Nice utility there. Got Niv's Melody, which I am using. That is great. Any detrimentals? Cello's Chords of Cessation, a collection of chords that binds up to 8 nearby enemies, slowing their attacks and causing them damage. Hell yeah. An upgrade to Largo's Melodic Binding that I have been using since 20, and it's been one of the best bard things ever. Because this one causes damage, is it more resistible? I wonder, though, is it actually worse than the lower level one? I guess we'll see. Anyway, potentially nice upgrade at 48. I can finally drop Largo's and see if this one gets resisted more. But anyway, good shit. If I were to upgrade it, what would it do? I kind of don't want to use them. I don't have a lot of lower level modes because I've been using them too much. I don't think it really upgrades songs at all. I could put one in each of all these tiny things to group them up. The Leather Cloak is actually kind of good. Lower AC, but strength and stam, plus mana. I've only gotten 2 of them, which means I could make a 3. Like, I could put one... If I put 1 in this, it makes it a 1. Put them together, it makes it a 2. I can make a 2 out of it. See how that works. Up to 7, 718, 710. That's nice. I think that's still... That's a big downgrade in AC. But not really. Oh, no, it's not, because I'm already at the AC cap, so we're good. It just gives me strength stam at that point. Nice. Cleric, Druid, Shaman, Beast. I don't think it's possible for me to play a class combo that doesn't include either Cleric, Druid, or Shaman. So it might be worth destroying this cloak. Perhaps. Anyway, switch back to the normal stuff. Where did it drop me? It dropped me here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm used to jumping in. You just like jump off the cliff into the hole. I'm not used to entering from the real entrance area. It's going to take me forever to get back to where I was before, and I probably don't even want to. I'll just fight stuff on the way. Alright, solos does work. I think it does probably maybe have a higher resist chance because it has a damage proc on it, maybe. But we'll figure it out. A rock golem. You fight that guy. I'll fight this guy. How about that? Man, charm is cool. It's interesting. I didn't think I would like cleric as much as I do. I never played any healer classes really in EverQuest. Because in general, I find healing in MMOs to be not fun at all. But looking at the cleric spell list as I've leveled up, it has been surprisingly fun. The spells you get as a cleric. I thought it was just like, because everybody always says when they're talking about cleric, playing it or, you know, tier lists or something like that, they're like, you have the best AC buffs and you have the best, most mana efficient, biggest heals. And that's where they kind of leave it. They're like, and that's that. But you actually get you have a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun spells in here. I didn't know they gave you, I didn't know they gave you 3 stuns on 3 different cooldowns, so you could just chain stun stuff and interrupt a million casts. A lot of the buffs you get are actually interesting and cool. You essentially get wizard spells that only hurt undead. Like, they do excellent damage for the levels you get them. And in EverQuest, there is no shortage of undead creatures. At least in like classic and early expansions and stuff. I mean, you can level from 1 to max almost exclusively fighting undead if you want to. And a lot of the places are actually the ideal places to be anyway. Lower Guck, Befallen, stuff like that. There's a lot of creatures. Let's take the rock. Oh, rock golems have a high resist, so this probably is not going to work. It did work. Awesome. Nice. I wasn't expecting that. And here's where you take a 5 pull and turn it into a 4 pull, and now there's 2 of you. Charm's good. That guy's a wizard, so we'll interrupt his stuns. That wizard down there is also casting. They cast Instill and Roots a lot, which are like, you know, a lot of times you just kind of save your stuns for something that matters a little more. Like, getting rooted sucks and everything, but they just spam it. They're going to get you eventually with it. And it's better to stop, like, lightning bolts and stun spells. And Mortal Strike effects, and heals, and, right? Alright, charm broke, but that's fine because everything's almost dead now. Look at that, he's at 83% life because some bullshit was attacking him the whole time. It would be kind of cool to play an enchanter. I think when I hit 50 on this guy, I'm going to level up some, like, double caster, triple caster combo and see how that feels, because they just like, overhauled the spell gem system, or the spell upgrade system, rather. I still can't see how you fight D4 bosses as, like, a triple caster, unless you're abusing charms. Maybe you're just supposed to abuse charms and that's it. Like, that's the game. In which case, fair enough. But if abusing charms can do it, then a mage pet certainly should be able to do it. And if abusing charms can't do it, then kind of like, why have why have spellcasting? Just be melee. Elemental Binder. Mage only. Kind of a decent helmet. Ish. Living Heart of Abrupt Minion. I'm just not going to do these quests, so we're selling this. In the real game, I'll care about all that. I think Elemental Binder is used for the Mage Epic. It sounds like it is. And I seem to recall it. I've done the Mage Epic a few times, but it's all kind of bleeded together. You remember the Druid Run Fast buff? That was incredible. Spirit of the Wolf. Sow or So, depending on what you wanna, how you want to pronounce it. It's pretty good. Druid is the type of class that they can do everything. And that's their power. They can do everything. They got AoE, single target, damage spells, a million different buffs for all sorts of different characteristics and stats, and AC, and damage shields, and moving fast, and teleporting, turning into a dog and fighting, healing, snare kiting, quad kiting. You have like everything. You're the true hybrid. The problem is you suck at everything. All your shit costs too much mana, is really inefficient versions of other people's stuff. Damage shields fall off really quick. They're good for AoE leveling when you have no gear, but after that they fall off very hard. But they have a really, really good AA that gives you spell crit, just pure spell crit. Normally, spell crit stuff is like, ooh, this is only damage of time crits, and this is only direct damage crits, and this is only healing, and Druids is just like all spell crits, just everything. So they're like a decent third class to take in a caster combo, because they supply you with healing and a bunch of buffs, and crit no matter what you're doing. If you're healing, if you're a necromancer, you love them. If you're a wizard, you like them. Just stacks to everything. In the future, maybe you'll get some Black Wolf stuff, and then it gets very interesting, but having leveled a druid to like 28 as part of a combo and then switching to a cleric, you just don't realize if you're the glass half empty or full kind of person. I guess it depends, but you just don't realize how shit druid healing spells are, or conversely, how amazing cleric ones are. Possibly both. Until you do a 1 to 30 druid and then a 1 to 30 cleric, and you're like, holy. Cleric is American Superman of healing, and druid is like still casting superior healing. And your blossoming line is quite a bit worse than the echo line. Just the amount of mana you don't have to spend healing yourself for a lot more. I guess that's cleric's thing though. Like that's the... Yeah, you get a bunch of AC buffs, sure, but that's it. You get a bunch of AC buffs, you get some stuns, and then you have the best heals. And I suppose that's supposed to be the case. So you should really notice it. Druid get 1 stun line, I think. They might eventually get 2. But it gets resisted a whole bunch. Because it has this lightning damage component that sucks. It's resisted constantly. And then Shaman, I don't know how good Shaman heal. I want to level up a Shaman next. So I can get a feel for it. I know everybody says, like, Shaman is the best because you get the best slow, which means you're good against bosses. And you get the Mallow line so that you can land spells on bosses. Which is huge. And you get incredibly good stats, like stat buffs. Not even just talking about Avatar, which I think comes with Velios, maybe? I don't know if you get Avatar. In Classic, you probably don't. But just really good stat buffs. But nobody ever talks about Shaman healing. They just don't even mention it. And that's a concern. Is it worse than Druid? How bad is Shaman healing? I'm gonna find out. If Shaman healing is so bad that you actually want, like, Shaman Cleric, then in my head, I'm kind of thinking, like, well, do you want a Shaman at all? Shouldn't you go, like, if you're gonna need to pair it with a real healer or something, if it's that bad, then wouldn't you just go, like, Cleric Enchanter? And Enchanter's slow is almost as good as Shaman's. But you get to have an entire class also, and a charm. I wonder. All this and more, I'll figure out. And make a helpful video out of later. I mean, it has to be fine. I've seen Paladin Berserker X, where X is not a healer. Supposedly those guys can kill bosses. And so if Paladin Berserker X, and X isn't a healer, can kill bosses, and Paladin's heal spells are dog shit. So if they can make it work there, then you'd think no matter how bad Shaman spells or healing is, it's fine. Maybe that's a testament to pressing LOH every 4 minutes or something. So that could be the case as well, and that is not lost on me. The Ant-Man. Or the Tan Man, I should say. Still up? Yeah. It's only 10:30. I started late, on account of taking a nap, which I shouldn't have done. But I don't know. Yeah, I started like a half an hour late, so we go like a half an hour late. That's just how it is. Playing some EverQuest and just yapping. The big yap. I think the most, like, Giga Chad, you are actually allergic to dying. You can't even die if you want to die. Combo is like Warrior, Cleric, Bard. Like, you're suffering from success levels of you can't die to anything at that point. Now, your damage probably sucks, but, you know, you gotta pay for a trade-off somewhere. So I bet that shit's cool. If you're talking about a build that leans more towards the bossing than it does doing anything else. Although, having a Bard in that group, Bard plus Cleric means you have invisibility versus undead, and you have a Bard song that's normal invisibility, and normally you can't stack both of those, but you can with auto song. So you can have both types of invis up at all times, and just run past everything for target farming really, really handily. So that's probably like the most meat and potatoes combo in the universe, but it certainly gets the job done. Knight class Berserker Shaman is probably just excellent. I see a lot of people doing that, and it is no mystery to me why that's good. Knight classes really do kind of need Berserker, though. I mean, more Paladin than Shadow Knight, I guess. Because Reeve and Death Touch aren't so crucial to halve the cooldowns of. Like, it's not that important for Shadow Knight that you, like, really, really need the Berserker. You probably have more lateral as a Shadow Knight to pick whatever funny third class thing. Whereas Paladin really does want a Berserker and accept no substitutes. Because having the cooldown of Smite and LOH is just so insane. It does probably lock you into not being able to dual wield, which is a huge downside. Because whatever third class you use in Paladin probably isn't a dual wielder. But for all but the hardest content, it's probably fine to be like Barman 1. What's your opinion on the best monk trio? Let's see. I am not going to be able to give you first-hand information there. I have a monk who's like level, and let's check it out. I have a monk who's like level something. 30, okay. So I have a 30 monk. So you're not getting like level 50 monk is my main, bro, you know, I did the planes with it and I have deep insights. It's like I leveled it up a little bit and now I'm 30. Monk, I consider it kind of like a miniature paladin. A miniature alternative paladin. Instead of lay on hands, you have mend, which is a lesser heal, but on a much lower cooldown. You have some amount of tankiness, but I think that amount of tankiness is overblown. You really aren't like a tank class. I think monks get evasive stance though. I'm unsure because my primary is bard and bard gets evasive, so I'm not sure if monk is one who gives it to you. Evasive is like extremely strong, but it's essentially a discipline. Because it absolutely burns your stamina. But it makes you virtually immune for a little while, and you can cast spells and do stuff there. Which is really useful for like caster combos and stuff. Having access to Feign Death is massive. That's a big deal. A really good feather in the cap there. And in a pinch, it can actually help you target farm. In that, like, you can run past everything and then Feign. And the cooldown's super low on it. On Feign. You don't even need to take the AA. Like, the cooldown is just super low. It's no, like, invisibility plus invisibility to undead or anything, but you can run past 45 minutes worth of monsters in maybe 5 minutes, and then get to the end, which is super useful for target farming. And pulling giant packs, although that takes forever. And Feign Death is, like, weird. It's weird on this server. Like, you have to use it kind of a second time and click it off sort of fast. It's goofy. And I haven't quite mastered it, and I haven't played the monk version of this character in a little while. You get triple attack. That's great. You get dual wield from level 1. That's great. You get access to monk weapons, which are slightly better than normal people weapons, which is great. Your damage, the damage that you add is definitely less than rogue or berserker, like pure DPS classes. It's going to be less than those. In classic EverQuest, you used a monk being like the best DPS, but in this one they lag behind. The weight reduction thing, like, it's whatever. You take Pack Rat 10 of 10, and then you just get your AC bonus forever, even if you're in full plate. Now, you know, AAs are a cost, and you're spending them there instead of somewhere else, so I guess that's noteworthy. But you're kind of spending AAs on everybody in some way. But you asked me what the best monk trio is, not an overview of the monk in this game, which I've been giving you so far. But I do that just because a lot of my viewers don't know much about EverQuest, and so I just like tell them. What's the best monk trio? Paladin, Berserker, Monk, maybe? Because then you got Mend. You have Mend on a shorter cooldown. You have LOH on a shorter cooldown. You have Smite on a shorter cooldown. You have all of your monk abilities and flying kicks and stuff on a shorter cooldown. All because of Berserker stance. You have Feign Death to get out a tight spot or do things. You have almost no spells. That's rough. And if you're going to fight bosses, you can maybe just Giga Chad your way through it, but I'm not sure. You probably drop Monk for Shaman. If you're going to be D4ing with that combo, probably. But maybe, I mean, maybe Mend and LOH can get you through it. Just no slow at all is... I don't know about that. I feel like you just have to have a slow if you're going to be bossing. Even if you're incredibly tanky. Because I've watched people that have trios and stuff, and they're fighting gods on D3 or trying them on D3 and D4. And what I'm hearing them say is, man, I have a slow, but my slow isn't as good as the shaman's slow, and that's stopping me from being able to kill this boss. And so when I'm hearing people say stuff like that, and then I'm thinking about a class combo that doesn't have a slow whatsoever, I'm like, I don't know if that's doable. I wonder. Who is this channeler, and where is he? Right there? Okay. I see him casting some fucking heal. Eat shit. Why is slow so important? Because bosses' melee hits are ridiculously hard and fast. They just burn through your hit points. And then you have to spend all your time healing. Probably with a debuff on you that halves your healing, and then you run out of mana, and then you die. Long story short, it's because bosses are difficult and do a shitload of damage. And if you put a slow on them, like the shaman slow, I believe is they attack 60% slower. So they are attacking at 40% of their normal attack speed, which reduces the incoming damage you take by an incredibly large amount, which makes their attacks manageable, which means that you can continuously heal yourself less for less mana, so that you can be losing mana slower than the boss is losing mana until they have no mana left and you do, and at that point you win, which is typically how you kill bosses in this game. So just to cut incoming DPS, yeah, by a huge amount. Because default they just hit way too hard, and if you're playing a class combo that like doesn't have a healer, you'll just actually die very quickly, having done almost nothing. And if you have a weak healer and no slow, you'll just run out of mana, and then they'll kill you. Sort of want a tanky melee type. Not sure if that's fully it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe... I bet you can outgear it. Barman. That's one of the things I'd like to try out here. One of the reasons I'm leveling up in beta is to see what kind of class combos you can get away with not playing. So, this combo I'm using right now is Bard, Cleric, Berserker. So you'll note that I don't have a tank class. I have Berserker, which is certainly not a tank. It's not even arguably kind of a tank. Like, Monk is arguably kind of a tank in your combo. It could be, depending on how the server is balanced. Because monks get, you know, they get block, they get a lot of evasion stuff, right? Like, they could be a tank here. Or a tank on a technicality, or like a hybrid tank or something. But Berserker is nothing like that. And then, yeah, Cleric is a healer and Bard is a buffer. But I was wondering, can you play a combo who's melee and doesn't have a tank class and be fine? And even, like, kill bosses and gods and stuff. And so we'll see. I'm 48. So when I get 50, I'll do some planes and see if I can fight bosses. Or if you, like, if you don't have, whatever, Warrior, Shadow Knight, Paladin, if you just don't have those, then you lose. Like, maybe. I don't have a Shaman. I only have a Bard who's got, like, a 30% slow. It's, like, considerably worse than Shaman, but this is why we test. I also have, so when I said I had the monk at 30, it's because I'm like preparing to level it next. Because the next thing I want to see is a monk just fine. Like, I don't want to play a paladin, I don't want to play a warrior. Can I just play a monk and do more damage and be tanky enough? And that's fine. That is one of the things I'm testing. So I guess talk to me next in like a week or two or something, unfortunately. I think probably. I bet with the gear that exists, you could probably farm enough of it to have that work, but I don't want to just say that without trying it out. Especially if you had a better slow than a bard, probably. Like monk, shaman, X. And X is like, you know, some other DPS class because that's fun, or bard, monk, shaman, or something like that. If you're trying to have a million abilities. How does tanking work in ancient history, Q? You thought only warriors could tank from reading Führer posting 20 years ago? So, for the time, he was basically right. But I bet it's just like, you remember the famous thing in classic WoW where I can't remember who it was, Ian Hezacostas maybe, or somebody from Elitist Jerks, where they're like, Sithun is mathematically impossible, right? That was not true, because we fought unchanged Sithun in private servers and fucking dumpstered it. But with the knowledge and play skill that people had at the time, it probably was unkillable in that state. So, you know, they were right and then they were not right. But yeah, the reason was Warrior had a bunch of disciplines. We don't have disciplines in EQL. They got rid of that system and replaced it with stances, which I don't know if I even like better. I hate the discipline system in EverQuest. It goes way too far and into crazy land eventually, and the cooldowns are all absurdly long, and you get entirely too many of them, and they just keep adding them forever. Like, the discipline system sucked. I don't think I like stances and stance dancing either, but it's probably better than disciplines. So, like, there's that. You thought private servers were pinned to a later version of Classic WoW? The Classic WoW version of Classic WoW was. And depending on, like, I think Nostalria's was as well, I want to say. But there were a lot of private servers. Let's charm this guy. The first guild to walk into the room after they nerfed Sithun killed him, and they flasked halfway through the fight. Yeah. Just to save those resources. This is also back when, like, the idea of getting world buffs and then just not dying for the next 2 hours wasn't quite a thing yet. But yeah, basically warriors were the only ones who could main tank for the most part because their disciplines were so good and they just had the highest AC and defensive numbers for the most part. Paladins were the worst, and Shadow Knights were like group tanks and AoE tanks. In fact, Rangers were decent tanks in group combat. They had, I think, the highest threat. And they were like remotely okay on avoidance as well. Low key, like off tanking, or not off tanking, but high end group, you know, aggro stuff. Rangers were pretty decent. Warriors also get special itemization, so I guess everybody technically gets special itemization in a certain respect, but monks get special itemization because they're monk-only items that just have better stats on them than anybody else. Although those kind of didn't matter for a while because Celestial Fists were so good, but that's something else entirely. There's such a thing as night weapons, and so Paladins and Shadow Knights got extra good two-handers that were just better than they should be, and extra good one-handers that were just better than they should be, to make up for the class, to make up for the case of their classes generally just being weaker on hard numbers. And Warrior got special itemization in the form of weapons with aggro procs on them and some like belts and breastplates and stuff with ludicrous armor values and things like that on them. And there was basically no point bringing anything but a warrior to tank except for AoE tanking, and only a paladin could AoE tank. With, yeah, eventually Shadow Knights became the kings of AoE tanking, but that happened later. And paladin's AoE threat was from, like, goofy-ass buff mechanics and not necessarily, like, fighting. In so many words. But hey, it still works. If it works, it's not stupid. Random comment, but you're finding yourself really liking the incomprehensible pretty colors of the game right now. Yeah, dude, it's a little, you get a little laser light show circa 1999. It's kind of nice. Just impressive, just stuff is happening, little lights and glimmering things. I'm singing 5 songs at the same time, fighting with weapons that each have a Yakisha proc. And then when I start the fight, I'm auto singing an additional 4 songs for 9 bard songs, constantly sputtering off, plus little combat text that's just cartoonishly bouncing out of stuff. It makes for a funny little effect. Also, my hands are glowing. You'd use Holy Paladins and tanking gear with the tanking stance or whatever it's called, healing a life-tapping Warlock in Serpent Shrine. Hell yeah. Absolutely. We had a Paladin get, like, teleported outside of an area underneath the ground and absolutely spamming Blessing of Kings on the entire raid over and over and over to pull snap threat on waves of ads to, like, bug them out and have them just stand there. There's some clever use of game mechanics you could do in those old games. It's fun. Funny shit. A good puzzle to solve, right? I'm singing 5 songs at the same time. Impressive skill to have, Mr. HeyWoah. Look, 5 songs at the same time on the left ear and 4 songs at the same time in the right ear. Headphones. Gregorian chants on the desktop speakers. Are you pressing buttons to make your character attack, or is that all auto attacks or macros or something? You see numbers flying, it's auto attacks. You press Q and it auto attacks. I did press that stun right there to interrupt its heal so I could kill it. But yeah. Q starts auto attack, and then auto attack just chills until combat ends. So if you're fighting 3 guys, you don't have to keep repressing it. Nice quality of life increase there. So yeah, there's auto attacks with that. These 5 songs, because of an AA, auto sing themselves, so I don't have to press that. And then I have a melody button here that auto sings 4 songs in a row unless it gets interrupted by a stun or something. So I only have to press that once, and then they just go off until I want to stop. A lot of the game is about funny macros and automation and binding the same hotkey to multiple different places. Because you don't want to work too hard. It's a boomer game, you know. All 5 songs are Zed's Clarity featuring foxes. And each song is at a 1/4 second delay from the next one. Get that reverb effect. Voiced by Project Malady. Ultimate puzzle was getting people to avoid doing anything stupid when threat dropped, yeah. Have a plan, follow the plan, trust the plan. Guys are giving me 0.6, it's like okay. For blues, they're trivial to kill, I guess. But I really should go back to the ghost area. I think the XP was maybe better there. This guy should be 50 by this weekend. Pretty easily. I'll be 49 by the end of this stream, maybe. Can I jump off, or do you stop me from having fun? You would stop me from having fun. Invisible walls. Not even once. Wait, can I do this? Hell yeah. Alright, that drops into there. Which is probably fine. Oh, no. I thought you put this here, game designer, so that I could run off. No fun allowed. Holy. Anyway. This guy will be 50 by this weekend for sure, and then I'll try to fight some bosses, maybe, in Plane of Whatever, and see if not playing a tank of any sort, with only a bad slow instead of a good slow, we'll find out if I'm a Gerber baby or not. If I am, that's probably maybe a good thing for game balance, but it will be a little disappointing. But anyway, it'll be good information to have regardless. The question essentially is, can the best healer in the game carry a combo that only has a bad slow, and that's it? Like, is that enough? And then the next thing I want to test is split between, well, I guess we'll have our answer. Because if the answer to that is yes, then the monk question is answered immediately. Is a monk a good enough tank to be in a combo? And, like, if Berserker is good enough, then monk is for sure good enough, right? So I guess that one answers itself if this works. But if this doesn't work, then I think the monk one is still an open question. And at the end of the day, it could just be, no, you gotta have a real slow. And that's it. And if you have a real slow, you can afford a worse healer, but the best healer can't carry if you don't. I mean, maybe that's the case. And the second thing I want to try is the upgraded spell gem upgrade system good enough to let you play casters? Or are you just a grinder? Are you like a good grinder and the best target farmer, but you can't play bosses? To me, I think that's probably the ceiling, unless you're doing some charm fuckery, which is legitimate and should not be fixed. In my opinion, I think it's fine. We need more charm fuckery, and pets being good, not less, I think. You forgot if you answered earlier in stream, but what would your dream Beastclaw refresh be? Any ideas for monsters and other units? My dream refresh has like kind of happened because we got new Mournfang. Kinda. Obviously, I don't like the faces, but we've turned them into a meme, and so I'm trying to like them anyway. And I think Gorgers are fine. I never really liked the concept of Yetis anyway. It's kind of a stupid creature type. And the Gorgers, they look cool. They have a cool effect. I think they're too expensive, but that's whatever. I think they're cool. Gorgers are fine, and they functionally operate the same as Icefall Yetis on the table anyway. Actually, they operate better, because I think some people play Gorgers. And Yetis generally were like weird, wiggly chaff with a very small footprint on the table, but the price was right. And you could do some random annoying things with them, which is kind of neat. But yeah, they were essentially chaff with a funny boot scoot ability. What would the dream Beastclaw refresh be? It would be a Stonehorn for sure. Like for sure a Stonehorn made by the modern sculptors. Give me the dude who did Vizek Scour and I don't know, you know, just like the modern really awesome sculptors. Give me a Stonehorn made from them, right? Then instead of being a dual kit, it's just one box for Stonehorn with maybe 2 different leg options or something like that, and then a separate box for Thundertusks, and have Thundertusks be a little more of a proper woolly mammoth looking creature. So like a different body type instead of just the giant Dorito that is both of them right now. Instead of a dual kit, I would 2 boxes. A giant blizzard woolly mammoth and a giant Stonehorn looking all sick. It'd be those 2. And then a centerpiece version where we get a Frost King on like some Titanic mountain horn creature that's new. We don't even need an updated Hunter on foot because it's basically what the Tyrant alternative sculpt is. We don't need Yetis because that's what Gorgers are. We don't need Mournfang because that's what Maul Beast Cavalry are. They've already replaced a lot of this stuff. Cats to me are whatever. They're like the Noblars of Beastclaw. I don't care. And they're doing that, although it's in a weird squad, but that's fine too. So they did that part. Yeah, my dream refresh is pretty... I think it's pretty doable. Essentially, you could give me 2 boxes and I would be very happy. A Stonehorn box and a proper Woolly Mammoth box. Bringing in the Frost Kings from the lore is like a extra special treat that I'm not expecting ever, even in like Perfect Refresh Land. But I like surprises. So really, yeah, just it's those 2. fucking mammoth and a modern stonehorn. Boy, that would be nice. And if we're talking rules, okay, Ruels, the Magic Brothers, Antoine and Olivier rules as far as War Scrolls and stuff. Thundertusks would have 2 builds. One is a shoot build that's good, and one is a buff wagon that is good. And you could play it in whatever. You could buffs Beast Claw, it buffs Guts. So it's, you know, you can do them both. And for the Frostlord on Stonehorn, that shit's got to be an anvil. I would probably do, like, the 2 different types of those guys is a fast anvil and a slower hammer. The way I would demarcate it is the whole, like, Beast Riders, Battle Line, Huskguard is mini hero, and Frostlord big hero. I think I would simplify that. I don't know that you need all 3 tiers of that in each box. I think you can cut it down to 2. I can just go Battle Line and hero. So for instance, the hero version would obviously be the buff wagon, and the battle line version would be the shooters, because that just makes sense. You want your battle line to camp out on objectives, and when they're there, they might as well shoot stuff, so that makes sense. And heroes typically are the ones passing out buffs, as well as absorbing them, but... Drop that charm. Start the fight. Anyway, good question. I appreciate it. I got to live in Candyland for a little while just thinking about it. It just improved my day to even consider what it would be like to get something. Man, that'd be swell. Let's charm that guy. And you can fight him. So you 2 fight. Yeah, you guys fight over there. I'll fight over here. We're good. After this, remind me I probably gotta get some endurance back. 50 seconds on the charm. That should last plenty of time. Loving the 5-hour streams of EverQuesting we got going around here for truly low cortisol. I've heard that phrase. I don't know what cortisol is. All right, I got to hit this guy at least once before. I didn't think my charm pet would just straight kill him. There we go. You got to actually hit a creature your pet can't fully kill it. You have to hit it at least once to get XP. For all those mages and enchanters and necromancers and stuff out there, you can't just have your pet fully solo something. You do have to hit it like once. This is to stop people from just standing in a corner and putting their pet on aggressive and then like leaving. Just going to pick and save and picking up some $5 fried chicken and then driving home and checking all the XP you got. That is to say botters, like trying to curb botting at least a little bit. Cortisol is to stress what dopamine is to fun. Okay. Yeah, I think I have it as like a keyword on my stream, low energy. But we're chilling. Sometimes life is stressful and you just want to chill out. Grind some monsters, you know? Bing chillin'. Top of the morning to you boys, Carnegie. Ahem. Do you have any other big beast ideas? I mean, you can... The well's pretty deep there. If you want to keep it to cold weather monsters, I would like to. I think that'd be nice. Alright, let's get a rock elemental friend. And we'll have him fight this guy. So hopefully eventually that guy will stop targeting me. And then the two elementals can fight forever. I think I hit him too much and he's just going to be hitting me the whole time. Which is fine. Man, Charm is great. Anyway, other big beast ideas for cold weather beasts. I feel like a truly massive polar bear might be a little too... Like, polar bear cavalry to me works a lot more as like a dwarven mount than an ogre mount. I just think the base creature isn't quite huge enough that even if you sized it up and gave it 6 arms or something like that, like it still wouldn't quite read as massive for like an ogre mount. So I don't think that quite works, even though polar bears are cool. Whereas, and my, you're probably trying to heal. You are. So we'll re-charm the cleric. It's also cool when you charm a healer and sometimes they actually heal you. It's kind of sweet. Not bad. I like to charm wizards usually because they spam stuns. Although clerics also spam stuns. We just saw him cast what's it called? Tishana's Clash or something like that. No, Holy something, divine something. Can't remember what it's called. Oh, now you run? I didn't think elementals ran. Oh wait, it's automatons that don't run. And undead. Anyway, you could do like some crazy freaky Remoraz type creature if you're stealing from D&D a little bit. Or like a giant, one of those like giant frost worms. And I don't mean worm like W-Y, like Wyrm. I mean like actual tunneling worm, you know? Like some cold weather tunneling worm thing. But again, that's kind of goofy as a mount. Like that thing, you would probably want some like funny creature riding that instead, like a more of a Moon Clan thing, because it's just silly to be riding a worm. A walrus thingy mount, that could be okay. Just checked YouTube stream description and the game is noted as Metin 2. What's Metin 2? I don't know. The game that I'm currently playing, it tries to auto detect that. And every time I stream it's different. And every time I stream it's wrong. So I don't know what Metin 2 is, but it thinks I'm playing that, I guess, because it's like part of YouTube's thing. Where now they're like, we'll just auto detect the game. All right. What's Metin 2? Don't know. A lot of times it thinks I'm playing World of Warcraft when I'm not. It's an Asian MMO. Okay. It's an old Korean Grindfest MMO. Well, we're close. I am playing a Grindfest MMO. Okay. Let's get some endurance back. Rebuff all the buffs because they're just all gone. You wish you could play Dungeon Fighter online with a controller. Quick buff. Look at all the specializes. Wow. Can't really get back up there, can I? Man, I'm so used to entering this place by jumping into the hole that the Paniel entrance is a mystery to me. Because I never get the key. Because you just jump in. Eventually, After Request Legends will be recognized by YouTube correctly one day, and we will claim credit. Yeah, it's because of me. For sure. I've given it the opportunity to be wrong a million times. And every time it's wrong, it's closer to being right. Although that's strictly speaking not true. It's just equally wrong every time. But hey, all right. It'll get it eventually. I don't think EverQuest Legends even has an official category on YouTube. I don't think you can even select it. It does have a category on Twitch, so bonus points for Twitch on that one. But yeah, I don't even think it has an official category. Perhaps it will get one on release. But maybe not. It might not be big enough. We'll see. So what games do I have to play? I got to play Morrowind with that one mod that person talked about on YouTube chat. And we might as well check out Metin 2. Maybe that shit's sick. Maybe Metin 2, this is how we stumble across a true gem of classic Korean MMO. Through happenstance. red guy on the right. 54. And a flighty fiend, which we will charm. Get some more damage on this guy. Big dirty rock golem. Immune to everything. But here, let's try a melody. Let's see how much it resists. Resisted. No, okay, it took some damage. Hey, all right. It's not exactly the iron golems or whatever they are in Plane of Hate. The cool thing about your little DPS songs that you have to actually sing instead of auto is that each one of them only has to land once, because it has a damage component and then also lowers their resistance to that damage. And so once they hit a single time, they allow the subsequent casts to kind of work every time, unless you have to stop and recharm something for long enough for that to wear off, so you need to then do it again. Like what just happened, but still, it's kind of nice. Sort of a weird version of ramping up, I guess. Green 6s is heal on hit. Yeah, the green is me being healed, the white is the damage I'm doing, and the red is the damage I'm taking. And I find it cartoonishly funny that they just, like, spill out of the creature like a little waterfall. Just comical. Just interrupting everything and then falling. I could set it up in a different way so the numbers aren't quite so impossibly big and goofy, but I think it's funny. It's funny to just see all the numbers, you know? Sometimes you just gotta see some numbers. Me playing Bard, Berserker, Cleric. Wow, this thing's really doing numbers. Need that big number. You were totally right. We need them numbers. Yeah, they're funny. These things never. This is new. This is new for EverQuest Live. We never had this on EverQuest. It was all just looking at custom printouts and putting them places. Like, this is damage going out. This is damage coming in. This is like spell effects happening. You know. Looking at spreadsheets and stuff. And now look at this, a modern game. It's got floating combat text, just like WoW had in 2004. We're finally in the future, boys. It's my time. Yeah, Metin probably doesn't have a great reputation if you're thinking of the right game. That's probably true, but EverQuest probably doesn't have a great reputation either. Or any reputation. I think it's a pretty niche game that most people probably haven't heard of. And its main claim to fame is it was the first true 3D MMO, and it was the MMO that WoW stole everything from to make fun instead. And so it's like, oh yeah, that was the first 3D MMO, and all of WoW's systems were based on it. And that's only if you get like a knower. But look, there's nothing this channel does not specialize in that isn't obscure games no one likes, except me and like 17 people. You know, do what you love and you won't work a day in your life. We are 97% into 48. Oh, a rat man. We got Skaven in this game. Any Skaven enjoyers? Ratman Warrior. Another X kills will be 49, one away from max level, which is 50. And at 49, we're probably winding it down. But it'll be a good stream. Started with some AOS news, good talkies, and a bunch of ad requests. Apologies for the late start, but then again, the late start and long duration. Let some alternative viewers in who live in weird places. Not weird for you, but weird for me. Gonna suss with the one rat. Where are the rest? I'm used to there being a lot more rats. That must have been one weird patroller guy. There's another one down that hill there. In here is a bunch of golems. You get an absurd amount of rat men in Kunark. And I'm thinking of Field of Bone, where there's just like a million, actually a million rat men. So many rats. So many rats. And here they're just salt and pepper. Sprinkling them in here and there. But on THJ, you would run in a giant elongated circle, collecting actually like 100 rat men and skeletons and spiders and stuff, and then stand in a corner and just DDD them all down. The power level of that game was a touch high, but fun. My experience over here, it just says 100%. Like it's that close. Hey, all right. You know what? We'll kill one ratman. The ratman will be the thing to level me up. How about? And I saw that the ratman was there because I have tracking. Another thing that's very nice to have. So we'll kill the ratman, and that'll be the level up. Am I gonna play Ogre Book when it comes out? I'm gonna play one or two streams of it, just like the olden days. Find somebody to play with on TTS. And be like, hey, I haven't played the game in 17 years. Oh, look at that ding. It's in yellow text. It just bounces out. Ding. 49. One level remaining. And then, after that one level, we have the privilege of leveling a million other classes. All over again. And grinding equipment so we can level the equipment, because you got to level the equipment too. What a privilege. And look at all these skills that are... these skill increases are also bouncing out. You can turn that off. I have not. It's fun. Oh, triple attack. Boing, boing. Oh, riposte. Let's go. Is actually the best part about leveling up is the bouncing waterfall spam of your combat skills increasing in level the next time you fight anything. Hilarious. Good shit. Kick 216. Frenzy. Kick. Frenzy. Strategy. Block. Dude, strategy. That's big. Parry. Alright. 150 is probably the cap on block. Stringed instruments. So anyway, once we get 50, we have the privilege of leveling up all our gear, and then leveling up our spells, and then leveling up a different class so that we can level up its gear and skills. See, this is... You have the privilege of continuously leveling stuff forever. All bars must be filled, okay? That's how it works. Gotta fill those bars. If there's a bar, we fill it. There's a steak, we grill it. All right, 5 hours, we gotta cut it off. 49, get 50 over the weekend, do some planar stuff. See how that is. See if I finally hit the wall of not having a tank class. Well, not having a tank class or shaman, I guess. It's those two. And I chose Berserker because it does the most damage, kinda. And you can stay in Berserker stance forever, whereas offensive stance drains your stamina quickly enough so that it goes down instead of kind of stays the same. Now, evasive stance and striker drain it like popcorn, but offense still takes too much, I think. You want to me anyway, you want to stay in a stance forever and just set it and forget it. Like, that is the desired gameplay experience, instead of stance dancing all the fucking time, which I don't like doing. Which, if you're leveling up as a caster, you seemingly really have to do constantly, which is annoying. But that's the next attempt. After we finish testing stuff at 50 with this thing, I'll see what leveling casters is like. Probably annoying, because melee is just easy, and it's easy to balance and everything as well. Yeah, we had a nice run. TY for showing up. Appreciate it. See you guys Monday, where we go over the big rhino. And I think that's it. I think that's the last one we haven't seen. So all the hopium copium that, the leakers are wrong. There really is going to be whatever, right? Like, I think Monday we'll finally shut the door on all that. And this rhino better look fucking good. Because the cannon lady was, you know. The red, the maw pot guy is very memeable, and I have a great conversion plan that I will do in real life, but a weak centerpiece for sure. Requiring that you kit bash it to make it look good, in my opinion. So this rhino, a lot is resting on this rhino's shoulders. He's gonna have to be our Gludos, or our Catacros, or whatever. Because if he just looks like one of those big pigs from Iron Jaws, that shit's gonna suck. I'm putting a lot on his show. He's got to carry a lot. But hopefully it's sweet. Turans, are you late? Yes, unfortunately, I'm sorry. You are 5 hours late. But we had a great time. Thanks for showing up at all. I appreciate it. Anyway, TYVM, thanks for watching. See you guys Monday. And never forget, okay? Always remember, get those hopes way up, okay? Get your hopes as high as possible. There's no downside. It's impossible to be disappointed. Anyway, see you Monday. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes.